Is he tired?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Oh.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to stop.
Seriously, we need to release the F-scene list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular, of course.
See, and that is why you never confess to a murder with a microphone around.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. Russell was unmuted. I said, yo, heads up. Heads up.
Yeah.
I'm muted.
Yeah. That's what happened to Robert Durst, man.
Yeah. You could have had one of those, what's the name of that movie? What's the name of the movie? About the guy who says into a hot mic what idiots the audience are. And then
The one who confessed to the murder, that's Robert Durst.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh,
You're talking about Man of the People.
Man, a face in the crowd.
A face in the crowd.
Face in the crowd. Could have had a face in the crowd
moment.
With
the Spencer Tracy thing.
Yeah.
No. Robert Durst. He went to take a piss while he was doing that documentary, and he confessed to the murder.
Yeah. Can't have that.
I killed them all, of course.
Thanks for the compliments on the haircut.
That's Edgar Allan Poe shit.
That's right. It's basketball playoffs, so finals, go Knicks, all that stuff.
So what is it? Have they swept so far?
No, they're up 2-0. They're up 2-0, and
so they swept so far.
So far they've swept, but they need two more. And then they are champions of basketball for the first time since 1973. So
since Wilt Chamberlain
is going on since the Wilt Chamberlain era. That's right.
It's a good thing they got him back.
Yeah, it's a good thing he's back. He's been a real key in this series. Is Wilt Chamberlain?
He was rich for a long time, but
yeah,
he got the eye of the tiger back.
Exactly. He's not a quitter. Well, you know who else is not a quitter? Those Israelis. If there's one thing they're not quitters. We got Jake in the booth tonight. We got 700 plus filing in strong over on YouTube. Looks like over here 271 over on Rumble, now 275. Smash that like button. Shout out to Jake in the booth. We got a big show tonight. We're going to get right into things. Our first story is not on the thumbnail because it's not a full story, because it is literally breaking as we are live, and that is, of course, there has been a shakeup in the Middle East. President Trump says he is not happy with Israeli strikes on Lebanon, which was not done in coordination with the U.S., per Fox. This move ticked off Iran, who has now launched several barrages of missiles at Israel. God help us, says Nick Sorter. He doesn't have an opinion on this. Very opinionated about the Somali fraud, but not about this. Not about this. He just, hey, thoughts and prayers, everybody. Let's hope.
Holy smokes.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Yeah, so Israel struck Beirut, which is what Trump told them not to do a while back. And in retaliation, Iran is striking Israel. Trump is now telling the Israelis not to hit back at Iran, according to H.A. Axios. So let's get the word here from Trey Yingst. He had spoken to Donald Trump shortly before, I should say, coming on TV with this report.
Our conversation that negotiations with Iran were progressing toward a possible agreement as early as Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week. He told me, and he said now this takes place. And so the president will likely be briefed in the hours ahead about what is happening right now, this exchange of fire that again started earlier today with the Israelis striking the Lebanese capital of Beirut. in response to Hezbollah attacks against their country. And so there's been this back and forth taking place. And I asked President Trump if there was coordination with the Israelis regarding the strikes in the Dakhia neighborhood of southern Beirut earlier today. He told me there was not coordination with Israel and added that he was not happy about it. And so the president taking in a lot of information right now as it relates to what is happening in the Middle East. But the latest information, John, that we have 4 waves of Iranian ballistic missiles targeting civilian populations of Israel, and new threats at this hour from Iran's IRGC that they will target U.S. bases across the Middle East if the Israelis respond to these strikes on their territory. This is a significant ballistic missile attack against Israel, the largest that we have seen since the ceasefire went into effect in the aftermath of Operation Epic Fury.
All right. Well, here's Barack Ravid from HA Axios. Says President Trump tells me I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. And he fleshed this out a little bit. More quotes from my phone call with President Trump. The Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully Israel is not going to retaliate. If Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like that the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. Trump added, we are very close to a final deal with Iran. It is going to be a good deal. I don't want to blow it up because of what is happening now. Well, you picked the wrong partners there to go into business with. Trump stressed, I'm going to call Bibi right now and tell him not to retaliate. Each of them had their fun. Israel had its strike and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one. Mark Levin weighed in. Prevent defense, whether in war or football, is a loser. And Israel, under constant attack and now direct attack from Iran, is urged stand down. The Israelis, the Iranian people, and the Lebanese people are all being terrorized by the Iranian regime. That's enough. He wants more war. And he did not like the news that Trump supposedly told Netanyahu not to strike back. Stunning. Stunning. That's the real boss there. The Jerusalem Post, by the way, did piggyback on this reporting. President Donald Trump asked Prime Minister Netanyahu to avoid striking Iran in retaliation for the recent Iranian missile attack on Israel. N12 News reported on Sunday, enough, no need for more, and reported to Axios that we're very close to a final deal. Same quote there as reported in Axios. It's just going to keep going like this the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. But, of course, the bosses in Israel don't seem to be heeding Trump's advice. As Idwar Ben-Gvir says, tonight, Tehran must burn. So that's where we are right now. Now, look, when we covered the supposed, blow up between Trump and Netanyahu, where he said, you're fucking crazy, I've saved your ass, I've kept you out of jail, people speculated whether or not that was actually real reporting. Now, since that happened, Trump and Netanyahu each confirmed, quote unquote, that conversation did take place. And when we initially did that story, my take on it was, look, I don't necessarily doubt the literal truth of the exchange so much as I doubt that it has any meaning. Like, it's totally plausible and believable that these guys really don't like each other because no one likes the Israelis and the Israelis don't like anybody. But the question is, what does it mean? So, my take on this is kind of the same. I mean, do I believe that Donald Trump asked Netanyahu not to hit back? Yeah, I kind of believe that. Do I think Netanyahu's going to listen? No, because these are who really run things, right? And so now you're at a point where if Donald Trump was and this is the much bigger if, this I really don't believe. We're going to get a deal this week. It's going to be a great deal this week. We're going to see that I don't really buy. But I do buy.
They're going to throw in a shipping container full of rugs.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Get those Persian rugs.
Those are the best carpets in the world. The Persian carpets. You never heard of that?
You could use some of those.
It's for the ballroom.
Yeah, it's for the ballroom. You people with the tile floors. It's enough already with the tile. You need some rugs. They're gonna throw in some rugs. Yeah. Do I think we were around the corner from a great deal? No, but you can look at it this way. Whether this reporting is true or not, the fact that it's out there means this administration, the Trump administration, wants this news out there. In other words, they know either way, no matter what's actually happening behind the scenes, it's very obvious that they know what the right thing to do is here. They know the right thing to do is to cut ties with Israel, but they can't do it, right? Like they obviously, because either way, whether he made the call or not, they want us to think he made the call. Our government wants us, the American people, to think that Trump is trying to rein in Israel, which means they know that the right thing to do is to rein in Israel. And at a point like this, every escalation is an off-ramp if you look at it that way, right? Perfect opportunity to right now to say, you know what? We didn't authorize that strike. And, so that's it. Israel, you're on your own. We're done. That's it. That's all that has to happen, but it won't. And so veracity of the reporting aside, it's clear that Trump knows what he's got to do, but he can't do it.
Yeah, well, this is the game they used to play with Biden.
Right.
And then we found out later on they weren't even trying.
Right.
So who knows? Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think they both would have confirmed that conversation if it didn't happen. So what that tells you is Trump screams ineffectually into the void.
Right.
Here and there.
Exactly.
Right? Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't do anything.
Exactly.
Like how would he? His entire party is owned by Israel, as is he. Even if he decided he wants to break the deal now, he has no backup.
Exactly. You could be a man. You could be a strong leader. You could be a real leader now and tell the Israelis, all right, you crossed our red line. You're on your own. That'll be the end of the war. Or
how would he even do that? Can he even do that without Congress agreeing to it?
I mean, I think as the commander-in-chief, he is in charge of troop positionings and the like. I mean, can't he decide to just pull support? I think he can. I mean, I don't know if he has the power.
I don't know if he
purse.
can cut the funding.
I don't know if he can cut funding, but he could just say, like, look, you're on your own in terms of, like, personnel. We're not backing this. We're taking our troops out. And then, when the funding runs out, I'm not going to authorize any further funding. I'll veto it. Like, you could do that. I mean, this is all we're talking in the realm of fantasy now. It's obviously not going to happen. If it were going to happen, it would have happened by now. But it's just so obvious what the right thing to do here. And it's so obvious that they know what the right thing to do is. But that's just, like, not even on the table. I tweeted out Rand Paul went on, I forget which show. And he tells the interviewer, I don't know if he told this or he tweeted it out. It was in the text of the tweet attached to his interview. So I'm assuming he said it. But he tweeted, Trump told Netanyahu, whatever the last round of bullshit was, don't strike here. That took guts. What do you mean it took guts? It took guts for the United States president to assert his foreign policy? Why does that take guts? That's his job. Like, everybody just takes as a given that Israel is the boss. It took real guts for the American president to stand up to the Israelis. Ooh, that's a bold thing to do. Why? Why is it a bold? We're the superpower, not them. So why is it such a bold? Why is it so admirable that he expressed disagreement with Benjamin Netanyahu? Why does that take guts? It takes guts because they're running it. They're running it, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it, but nobody wants to just come out and say it. And if you do, you get primaried and you're out, like Thomas Massey, or you get run out of town, like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, Kana,
you get ugly Zionist honeypots coming out of the woodwork saying you pushed them 5 years ago.
While you sharpened your axe. Kana, we'll see this later because I clipped it for the segment. Kana in the vote on 224, which basically merges our military with Israel's, he actually said, I was kind of surprised, and I could see why he works with Massey a lot, because the only other person I've ever seen in Congress who would say some shit like this is Massey. He said Israel has the GDP of one of my towns in my district.
Right.
Why are we taking orders from them?
Right.
That is, I mean, it's obvious, but nobody will say that. Much less to say, as he did, Netanyahu wrote this legislation.
Yeah. No, just absolutely insane. Let me get the exact quote that Rand Paul said, because it was worth reading. I tweeted it, so I'll find it in just 1 second. It'll take me less than a minute here. Rand Paul, President Trump told Netanyahu to stop the fighting. That takes guts, and I commend him for it. Why does that take guts? You're the president of the United States.
Right. Yeah.
He's supposed to answer to you, not the other way
around.
We
fund them.
Yeah, exactly. We fund them. Amazing. Just amazing. All right, let's take some super chats and some Rumble rants. Nayam, Will Chamberlain, y'all. That's right. we're Nick Fever, baby. Nick Fever, Will Chamberlain in the house. Vianticus Prime. Everything's a scam. Everything's a lie. Everything's hypocrisy, and so you don't comply. Hey, Vianticus, look what I got. Gonna give this a nice plug later on. I'm waiting for some more people to come in, but
what's the deal? You talk to that kid? Are you coming down?
Oh no, I didn't talk to him yet. I'll call him tomorrow. I forgot to call him today. I was supposed to call him today. I wasn't supposed to, but I told myself I should, but I didn't. Vienticus, it's nice to know Russ considered this all to be in his heart, as noticed by the shirt. You are here. Look at that. I get it. Thanks, Vienticus. Jolly Man Big Boy, thanks for the $5. Local news, Miriam Adelson is building new Mavericks Arena to attempt to set up a new set of hotels, shops, and casinos if she can legalize gambling. Is that right? That's the basketball team, right? Wow, I didn't know that. Here we go. Saucer, thanks for the $50. Let's have a prayer bell for Saucer over there. So, if I do end up getting the nomination for my district in Texas in 28, I can expect the same kind of low IQ bullshit smears from establishment D's as Platner and Maureen Galindo got for being anti-Zionist and exposing corruption. Ugh, ugh, ugh. That's right. I hope you're squeaky clean. I hope you keep your snake in its cage, young man. Me, Skeet. Thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Dendrobait says, Keaton, is that bridge of yours still for sale? You're talking about the Piers Morgan bridge that I was taking investment in? No, actually, I'm happy to announce we have an investor for the whole thing by the name of Steph Zamorano.
Yeah,
Steph Zamorano. She liked the segment so much that she texted and she said she wants the bridge, and so she is the majority investor. So it's her bridge at this point. So congratulations to Steph for acquiring the to be assembled Piers Morgan bridge. That's big news.
I just want to correct somebody here. Stanley, Wilt played for the Lakers, the Sixers, or Golden State. Zombie Wilt plays for the Knicks.
Yeah, his heart was in New York.
Yeah.
He betted the most women in New York. So when he came back
for you, Mr. Chamberlain.
Yeah, when he came back from the dead, he went to the city where he had the most women, and that was, of course, New York. So
exactly,
that explains a lot.
This was the only city where he dumped enough DNA that we were able to resurrect him.
Yeah, right, exactly. All righty, let's move right on along here. Let's try and keep things moving. We got a lot to cover tonight. Hey, smash that like button, everybody, please, and thank you very much. We're 368 in the like column. Let's do a little better than that, shall we? Thanks, everybody, for being here. Appreciate you all. Q&A tonight after the show on Rumble. Don't forget.
All right. So Kate mentioned I do like internal names for our slideshow. So this one's called Trump Has Bugs. Pentagon sees growing espionage threat from Israel. Well, that's no surprise. In fact, if you have not seen this is going to really shock you. So apparently there was a time before Netanyahu jammed his man meat up Rupert Murdoch's ass that Fox would actually not only cover Israel spying, they covered it in regards to 9/11. It's pretty incredible.
Yep.
So let's take a look at a little bit of this. I don't know why this story would shock anybody. This is back in 2017. They did this report.
It has been more than 16 years since a civilian working for the Navy was charged with passing secrets to Israel. Jonathan Pollard pled guilty to conspiracy to commit espionage and is serving a life sentence. At first, Israeli leaders claimed Pollard was part of a rogue operation, but later took responsibility for his work. Now, Fox News has learned some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S., who may have known things they didn't tell us before September 11th. Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron has details in the first of a four-part series.
4-part series.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations.
Wow.
A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. There is no indication that the Israelis were involved in the 9/11 attacks, but investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins, but when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information.
Wow. 4-part series they did about this. Our media actually had some independence from the Israelis as recently as 2017. That's on Fox. That now day and night and day tries to tell you that if you don't think all of our money should be going to Israel, you're woke. All day, all night. Anyone who thinks that is woke. It's the woke Reich, right? Look at them, man. Look at them. Can you believe that? I will say, even in 2017, MSNBC would not have done that story.
No.
Right? That's crazy. But, however, I will point out one outlet on the left that did do a story. Both me and Keaton have used this in our coverage. If you've never read this, definitely read it. Russiagate should have been Israelgate. If it had been Israelgate, it actually would have been true. You know, when you looked at Russiagate, it didn't really add up that it was Russia, but there was some stuff there where you're like, that's kind of weird. Insofar as there was a there, it was because they were colluding with Israel, not with Russia. Again, I cannot recommend this article enough. So this shouldn't surprise anybody. Israel and the United States, this is from the New York Times article. Israel and the United States have long known and tolerated that each was spying on the other. But an intensified Israeli effort to learn about U.S. positions and talks with Iran has crossed a line, according to some American officials. The reports include concerns that Israel has stepped up its efforts to eavesdrop on senior American officials, including Steve Witkoff, President Trump's top negotiator, Elbridge A. Colby, the Pentagon's top policy official, and one of his main deputies, Michael P. Domino IV. It's quite a name. Another report written by the Defense Intelligence Agency and other military intelligence offices and focused on earlier events going back several years said that the counterintelligence threat level posed by Israel had been increased in recent weeks to the top level from high to critical. The report, to which the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency contributed, outlines various efforts by Israel to spy on American military personnel and government officials. The reports and the intensified concern about Israeli spying come at an especially sensitive time. Israel and the U.S. have been fighting the war against Iran together and have never had such close military coordination as they do now, with Israeli military officers working side by side with their American counterparts at U.S. Central Command. The U.S. military is sharing huge amounts of tactical and operational information with its Israeli counterparts. But senior American officials said that Israel is looking for insights into Mr. Trump's strategy and shifting stances on the peace talks. The new warning could potentially complicate efforts to further integrate military war planning between U.S. Central Command and Israel, especially if the Pentagon makes a decision to place new restrictions on information shared with Israeli officers. There has already been tension between the two nations as Mr. Trump pursues a peace deal, even as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel seeks to further degrade Iran's capabilities, weaken or topple its theocratic government, and assault Tehran's proxy in Lebanon, Hezbollah. Okay, so I want to take a little game break here because I don't want to allow the New York Times to normalize these genocidal psychopaths the way that they do. It's very subtle. It's very subtle, right? All of that makes what Israel's doing sound reasonable, justified, and military. I feel like part of our job here is to not let them get away with that. So here's what they're actually doing in Lebanon, in contradiction of what the New York Times would have you believe.
Sarah was 5 years old when she was killed in an Israeli strike on her home in southern Lebanon. Her father Hussein was out buying food when the missile hit. When he came back, he found body parts of his 9 family members, including his pregnant wife, Hanye, scattered across the rubble. He found his daughter's head, top of the debris.
I was on my way home. Hang on, sorry about that, guys. Take it back a little bit. I was on my way home. I was on my way here, and I was in a state of total shock. But the moment I held my daughter's head in my hand, everything changed. God placed something in my heart that I can't even explain. I was crying as I came here, thinking my family was gone. There was no one left. But when I held my daughter's head, it brought peace to my heart. It wasn't me anymore. Everything changed. Now, I'm not a psychologist, but what that sounds to me is this was so shocking and traumatic that he dissociated. I mean, none of us who have not experienced something like that can even imagine that kind of an experience. So no, this is not Israel taking reasonable military action against Hezbollah. This is Israel doing more mass murder and ethnic cleansing, just like it did in Gaza, while you similarly tried to justify their actions and make it sound way more complicated than it was. Like, it's nice that they printed the dog grape story, but in the end, this tends to be the tone of the New York Times is reporting. And aside from that, what about the West Bank? About the West Bank, they're going in there too. Palestinian baby killed by Israeli gunfire in occupied West Bank, Health Ministry says. This is the 7-month-old baby that the Israelis just murdered in the West Bank. All right. So let's not forget who we're talking about here, in spite of the New York Times' best efforts to normalize these sick motherfuckers. Back to the article. The Defense Intelligence Agency report was drafted after incidents in which American defense personnel in Israel detected that software to tap their communications had been surreptitiously installed on their phones. The Defense Department declined to comment. A White House official speaking on the condition their name not be used said the account was false. A spokesperson for the Israeli embassy in Washington also disputed claims that Israel poses a counterintelligence threat, saying that Israel does not spy on American officials or entities. That's funny. Israel's counterintelligence threat level is now higher than any other ally and higher than some adversarial countries. Of American allies, only South Korea, which is rated at high in certain situations, approaches the concern with Israel's espionage efforts, the official said. The aggressiveness of the Israeli intelligence collection on top U.S. officials during the second Trump administration has been unhinged, one senior official said. In 2021, Israeli military intelligence officers were caught planting listening devices at DIA headquarters. Last year, officers from Shin Bet, Israel's domestic intelligence agency, were discovered to have tried to plant a listening device in a Secret Service vehicle. While the DIA document does not explicitly discuss the peace negotiations, other recent intelligence reports have raised concern about Israelis listening to Mr. Witkoff and other top negotiators as they try to reach a long-term agreement for a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. The tendency of some senior Trump administration officials to fly on private aircraft to conduct national security business on their personal phones and to reject staffing from U.S. embassies abroad made them especially vulnerable targets for the spy services of allies and adversaries alike, said a former U.S. official who has dealt extensively with Israel. Other current officials also acknowledged the use of personal cell phones by top American officials has made them easy targets for eavesdropping. Remember Hegseth arranged a whole military strike on Telegram there? Remember that? I remember them, hey, man, we're not fans of Ms. Hillary Rodham Clinton here. Weren't they losing their mind about the way she handled classified information? And weren't those indiscretions quite mild by comparison to what this administration seems to do on a regular basis, which is just willy-nilly talk on open lines and, go to Telegram and plan wars. But you know what? Max had this story way back. When was this? In September. In September, Max, everything in this New York Times story, pretty much, Max already had this in September.
So yes, Trump is scared, and what I learned from this source, who is a Trump insider, someone who talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S. this year, some figures in his retinue, Israeli agents, placed electronic devices on emergency response Secret Service vehicles. The Secret Service found them and they reported this to the White House. These would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident potentially involving the president. In 2019, 3 former high-ranking U.S. officials from the Trump administration told Politico that listening devices were found around the White House and at sensitive locations across Washington targeting President Trump. They wanted to listen to his calls and communications, and they were planted by Israel.
All right. So Max had that 10 months before the New York Times decided to share that with you. So Thomas Massey shared out the article, and there was a little exchange here. Joe Girards, I think a civilian, and they leaked it to the press, which means they want people to know and talk about it. I wonder what the purpose of that is. And Massey answered, perhaps to keep Congress from stupidly enmeshing our military supply chains and technology with Israel's using Section 224 of the NDAA. We're going to cover that next. And Mark Levin, Keaton, have at it.
It's a false story, POS. How stupid can you be? Both countries deny it.
Well, there you go. There you go. Both countries denied the spying story that makes them look bad. Wow. Well, I guess that settles it then, doesn't it? Amazing. And Joe Kent, Israel targeting senior U.S. officials cannot be accepted by our government. This is not standard practice, especially considering the fact that Israel survives on our defense funding and diplomatic top cover. Until we actually take away the support we give Israel, they'll keep playing us as fools. Well, they keep playing us as fools because they know we'll never do that. And good memory from Mel here. Remember that time 5 rental cars used by Biden's Secret Service detail all burst into flames hours after they were returned? Yeah. Were they planting bugs that ignited? Were they planning on lighting these cars on fire? Probably not. Sounds like some kind of electronic devices they put in there might have malfunctioned. But yeah, no, as you saw from the Fox report, back when Fox had some daylight between them and Israel, I don't know what happened with Rupert Murdoch since then. Apparently, he had to have signed off on a 4-part series, getting into some extremely pardon the phrase, inflammatory accusations about 9/11 against Israeli intelligence services, and that was on Fox, man. Not a throwaway piece, a 4-part series they did on that. So clearly something's changed over there. A lot has changed in our government. Just the fact that they were investigating the Israelis at that time. Very different from now. Now, I think what you're seeing here is, they went on a purge of the intelligence services under the guise that they were going after the woke DEI, CIA, and the lawfare. And we were saying that at the time. A lot of people didn't want to hear it. You really think these guys are going to clean up the things that you hate about the intelligence services? Or do you think they're just going to get rid of Trump's enemies and everything you hate about the intelligence services will actually remain intact? Well, I think what happened here is you got some people who still take their job seriously who sounded the alarm and leaked this to the Times. They weren't able to get rid of everybody. So when you hear Trump is hiring somebody to replace Gabbard and wants them to, there's been some reporting on this, further purge the agency, who do you think they're going to purge? They're going to purge these people. They're going to purge anybody who would have reported on this, actually prepared a report like this and leaked it to the Times. So you're never going to hear about anything like this again.
Yeah, it's funny. This is kind of an I mean, I think you're right. And I think that this is kind of an extension of the problem that they have with their base, which is there's a lot of hidden anti-Israel sentiment among the MAGA base. And now, of course, it's not so hidden since things have gotten to a point where, not many people can take it anymore unless you're getting paid to push it, like on the influencer side. But like, for example, Joe Kent. How did Joe Kent get so high up in the intel community? Because he's one of them, right? But they can't really trust him to like go along with a war for Israel, right? And so he left. And so, are there lots of functionaries throughout the intel community that maybe passed Kash Patel's test at first or passed Tulsi Gabbard's test at first, depending on where you're looking, but are actually, a little hesitant about ushering in the apocalypse on Israel's behalf? Yeah, probably. And I think you're right. I think that's clearly where this came from. And, you read stories like this and you just ask yourself, I mean, the dog grape story was one of them too. You just ask yourself, like, what is it going to take for the media to drop the pretense that this is an ally of ours? Like at what point does the New York Times just stop pretending that these are all bugs, to borrow from the title of your slideshow, and not features of the arrangement? Like it's just kind of amazing how they're kind of, even as this drip, drip, drip of facts come out, one more heinous than the next, they still don't abandon that basic premise that, no, these are actually friends of ours.
Well, that's why I felt like I had to take a game break.
Right.
It was just so maddening the way they characterized what they're doing in Lebanon.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll take some chats and some rants. Before we do, though, I just want to give a little update here. So now news is coming across the wire from Mossad Commentary. Says Trump says Netanyahu has no choice. Trump says Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept an Iran deal. Trump added, I call the shots. Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. And that is making the rounds far and wide. So Trump seems to be very upset. Eli David quotes Netanyahu, says, if we must stand alone, we will stand alone. So we'll keep you guys as up to date as we can throughout the evening. News is breaking as we speak. All right, you want to take some chats?
Sure. All right. Abiding, Chapter 4, the raiment of the rusty razor. The pool reeked of chlorine, cheap pomade, and doom. Corn Pop stood on the concrete, his hair greased into a wave that defied physics and 1962 humidity. You know what? Seriously, if you wrote that as a parody book, you could probably get some traction with it.
Oh yeah,
I can see like you have enough of a sense of where the funny is.
Yes,
in this joke, and your prose is funny.
It's good. Yeah.
So yeah, if you did that, it could probably sell.
You should definitely do the Corn Pop Diaries.
Yes. Where we support that decision.
Yes.
If you want to work on it, you want to send us some galleys.
Yes, we will be presenters. We'll be
presenters. Yes.
The Corn Pop Diaries.
The Corn Pop Diaries.
Yeah,
and we'll get an actor with the right voice to narrate.
Yes,
maybe we'll get Ian McKellen.
Yeah,
he'd probably do it.
Yeah.
CB Punk, even Wilt's old Zionist money couldn't buy a ticket to the Garden tomorrow. Yeah, those tickets are going for like 175K.
Yeah,
I was reading. Yeah, wow. R. Monroe, remember Trump said he was speaking to the right people in Iran months ago? Has anyone ever challenged him on this and asked who they were talking to? Well, he was challenged on it at the time,
right,
when he was making that claim. Danny D. Russ, we came to a consensus and decided that your homework assignment is to watch tomorrow's NBA Finals game. There will be a quiz afterwards. Is there a Finals game tonight? Are they playing tonight?
No. Actually, they were very accommodating to the Due Dissidents schedule. They were off. They were off yesterday and tonight, and then they're at the Garden tomorrow.
Okay.
Trump will be at the game.
Oh,
I hate to be. I don't. You know what? I'm not even going to jinx it. I guess I'll jinx it now. I hope if they lose tomorrow, don't come for me. I just have a feeling that Trump is going to be a cooler, and they're going to lose tomorrow, but still win the series. Yeah.
Look, man, I think I should probably go down there and ask people how many points they say Let's get. I mean, that would actually be pretty funny. Just get the reaction.
What's the over/under on Wilt Chamberlain's line? Points, assists, rebounds. Go for the trifecta.
Wow. All right. Free shit. Not sure why Milikowski and Trump have to tell anyone anything. Can't they just take a page from Dick Cheney's playbook? None of you goddamn business approach. I mean, I guess they could, but don't seem to be doing that. They're emotional people. Sasser, unfortunately, my snake has bitten lots of folks. Has he? I used to have snakes when I was a kid because my mother was allergic, so I couldn't have anything with fur. So I had a lot of like reptiles, turtles, snakes, that kind of thing. An interpretation of a Greek poem portrayed by an entire Germanic Celtic cast, not a single Greek Mediterranean actor, but a black woman is the problem. Yeah, I mean, I covered that ground. Like, I agree that like they should have involved Greek people, but yes, I don't feel like it's a big problem that Helen of Troy is black. I think if you're losing sleep over that movie is probably not your main problem. ASM, do you think Seinfeld comedy is mainly punching up or punching down? Do you think most of punching down comes from Jerry's writing and not Larry's? I will defer that to my esteemed colleague.
I mean, the ethos of the show is a general sort of misanthropy, but I would say no, it's not punching down because I think what makes the show work as well as it does is that as nasty as they are and has as little regard as they have for their fellow humans, they feel an obligation to be nice to them, even though they don't like them. And Russ says that this is why I love Seinfeld, because I'm the same way, right? I have this kind of cynicism about me, but at the same time, I feel obligated to treat people well, and that creates a lot of anxiety. So, for example, when Banya walks into the coffee shop and Jerry and George say, all right, move toward the aisle so he can't ask to sit with us, and they both do it, right? They're being an asshole because they don't want him to sit down with them. But then when he asks, hey, can you move in so I can have a seat? George is like, sure you can. Sure you can, you know? And that's the genius of the show, is that they're bad people, but they feel pressure to come off as though they're good people. And so I would say, no, they're not really punching down because they put themselves in underdog positions where they are obligated to be nice at their own expense. And so that would be my answer. I'm satisfied with that answer. I think it's good.
Okay. All right. Angry Prole. DD, I request that you stop saying the U.S. went to war with Iran solely because of Israel. It's misleading and an oversimplification. Refer to the role of Israel by the Liberation News Network. Yeah, request denied. Yeah, listen, man.
You think we'd be at war with Iran right now if it were not for Israel? Do you really believe that? Do you believe that? Like, that's my question.
Right. That's the bottom line. Yeah. Like, do you think America would have just done that on their own?
Yeah. If Israel didn't want it, if Israel were like, neutral, do you think we'd have done that? Absolutely not.
Look, man, it's a cancer. That doesn't mean America is not ultimately responsible for its own actions.
Right.
Just like a person is responsible for their actions, but it doesn't mean there are no mitigating factors to why you make the choices you make.
Right.
Maybe, you're kind of getting pressured into doing something. It doesn't, it doesn't remove your responsibility, but it doesn't mean that you didn't have an influence. Of course, Israel drove us to this.
2124 in the chat. We're at 632 in the like column. Let's juice that a little bit more.
Okay.
We can do one more, and then you can go to your next piece.
All right. Free shit. Is it the Zio cult spying, or is it people noticing that they have your information? Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? I mean, it's both, isn't it?
Right.
Right. Okay. So the next piece, this was one of my favorite working titles of the evening. Israel fucks Kana, makes Massey watch. So this is from
he performs for himself.
I perform for myself. That's the only child thing, man. It's the only child thing.
Mine is like the date and the topic. My slideshow is June 7th, Platner.
Well, I partly do that because I know Keaton's always paranoid I'm going to get us thrown off YouTube. So I know that he checks all my slideshows. So it's kind of in a roundabout way. You always check my slideshows.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't check this one. I check them to see how long they're going to be so I can plan my slideshows. Like I'll save, you got a bunch of short ones, I'll do one longer. Yeah.
Every now and then I'll get a call from Keaton. That AI thing of the German Shepherd on Netanyahu's ass. We can't
It's not gonna go.
We can't do it. You can't. I took that out.
Yeah.
So yeah. He looks. All right. Anyway. All right. So I did a little cut of the House vote on NDAA 224. This is from Drop Site. The House voted today on a new measure to fuse elements of the Israeli and U.S. militaries, particularly on the cyber weapons front. Section 224, as it's known, is included in the National Defense Authorization Act. Ro Khanna introduced an amendment to strip it from the bill. Watch as a stream of Republicans and Democrats stand up in support of the enhanced cooperation. Only Rep. Sarah Jacobs joined Khanna, and the measure failed in a voice vote. So this is just a few of the lowlights here and highlights with Khanna and a little bit of Jacobs.
The American people are tired of the arrogance and insolence of Prime Minister Netanyahu telling America what we should do. The entire country of Israel has a GDP that is less than a single town in my district. Yet somehow Netanyahu thinks he can tell the American people what we should do. The person who's most upset with him right now is President Donald Trump. And everyone in America, whether you're a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat, says that we need to tell Netanyahu that America calls the shots, not the prime minister of any other country. They want less cooperation and blank checks to Israel, not more. Only the United States Congress would dream up at this moment, let's actually do more for Israel, not less. And that's what Section 2024 does. It's a pretty simple thing. Should we do more for Israel than we already do, or should we do less? If you think we should do more for Israel, you should be against my amendment. If you think we should do less for Israel at the time that he's arrogantly telling Donald Trump what to do, then you should be for my amendment. Now, let me just be clear. Mr. Netanyahu actually wrote to a member of Congress to put this Section 224 into the bill.
Israel is our closest ally in the Middle East.
There's, by the way, he's the chairman. There's Mike Rogers. He is also one of the co-sponsors of the bill, along with the next speaker. And, of course, Mike Rogers, 957,427. And Adam Smith comes up next, 1,335,151. So keep that in mind.
And our cooperative programs enhance U.S. national security by giving our warfighters access to cutting-edge technologies. Section 224 doesn't create any new programs within the Department of Defense. It simply designates a single senior office official to coordinate existing initiatives. Section 224 actually improves oversight and accountability of these programs by designating a single official responsible for them. Claims that this provision somehow cedes authority to a foreign government are simply ridiculous. I urge all members to oppose the amendment. And Mr. Smith, ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually very sympathetic with some aspects of the remarks of Mr. Khanna about the frustration we have with Netanyahu's leadership in Israel. We have endless wars now in Gaza, in the West Bank for that matter, in Lebanon. No effort to negotiate, no effort to find partners for peace amongst the Palestinians or the Lebanese, even where there are opportunities to do that. Mr. Netanyahu insisted on.
So what I think we should really do is give them more money and more integration into our supply chains and more access to our intelligence networks. I think that's probably the best way to address these concerns that I'm going to signal that I have without actually following through in any meaningful way.
In this war with Iran that has strengthened Iran and weakened our position. I do not like his leadership of Israel or where he is going.
Well, give more money. That'll fix it.
Was described as simply
solve
not
the problem.
accurate.
I'll keep it brief. Now, this is a win-win relationship. We have Silicon Valley.
Don
Israel
Bacon.
has Tel Aviv. And it's like Silicon Valley #2. We have gained so much.
And by the way, Don Bacon, wow. Big score there, man. Big score. He's almost up there with Smith, right? $1,291,908.
I think for that money, he changed his name. You know, why Bacon, you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, he's bringing home the bacon.
That's right.
Bringing home the bacon. That's what he's trying to tell his constituents.
Advantages from our partnership with Israel and vice versa, they gain as well. And this is what we're trying to do is create that synergy. They support our foreign policy. They've been the most supportive of us in the UN. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. And so I'll oppose the amendment. I'll yield back.
The United States should have the same standards for Israel as we do for everyone else.
Sarah Jacobs.
If any other country in the world had been credibly accused of violating U.S. and international law again and again, of killing tens of thousands of civilians, of blocking food and medicine from reaching a starving population, we would not be moving to deepen and permanently expand our military ties with them.
Yep, that is true. That is true. So Khanna mentioned that Netanyahu literally wrote NDAA 224. So who's this guy? Marlon Stutzman. All right. So this guy is some schmuck from Indiana. Never heard of him, but he was in office. Apparently he held this seat 2010 to 2017, and then he was gone. He just came back in 2025. So I'm assuming that's why he hasn't been able to stuff as much cash in his pockets as the other. I assume this is going by how much money he's collected since he came back into the position. So just 48,132. But he wants to get up on that scoreboard, man. There he is with Benji. And Netanyahu wrote him this letter. And Khanna later on in his speech references this. Dear Congressman Stutzman, I was glad to receive your proposed congressional resolution endorsing my plan to shift the framework for U.S.-Israel defense cooperation from aid to partnership. It's like we've been saying, they know that the jig is up, that sooner or later you're going to get too many Platners who are going to filibuster this shit. They want to make it permanent and irreversible. That's the purpose. As I said in our meeting in Jerusalem on May 27th, 2026, Israel deeply appreciates the financial component of the military aid the United States has generously provided us over the years. Well, you got a funny way of showing it, pal. The time has now arrived for us to move from aid recipient to partner. Oh, has it? Oh, well, you know, we eat in the restaurant. It's time for you to make us partner in the restaurant. I am heartened to your enthusiastic support for our plan to develop a new memorandum of understanding with the United States government that will draw down U.S. financial military assistance over the next decade and replace it with what you refer to as a new framework of joint defense cooperation, co-development, co-production, and mutual investment in areas including advanced missile defense, artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, cybersecurity, and next-generation military platforms. I also appreciate your commitment to fighting the scourge of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world. That's what this is all about, right? That's what it's all about. All right, so this is a small account. I've used them a couple times, though. Whoever's behind it is doing some pretty good research. MCDC 25. Netanyahu didn't just endorse Section 224, he drafted the plan himself and handed it to an American congressman to introduce. After meeting with Rep. Marlon Stutzman in Jerusalem on May 26, 2026, Netanyahu sent him a letter praising our plan to replace direct military aid with permanent military-industrial integration. Stutzman's office later confirmed the resolution was introduced only after Netanyahu gave his enthusiastic support. The sequence is damning, not a congressional initiative blessed by Israel, but an Israeli initiative channeled through Congress. Who's behind this bill? Representative Marlon Stutzman introduced the resolution after Netanyahu's personal request. House Armed Services Committee Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith inserted Section 224 into the NDAA. Reps Ronnie Jackson and Don Davis listed as bipartisan authors of the provision. Mike Rogers shielded the bill from public debate by burying it in must-pass legislation. AIPAC applauded the committee for including the provision. How will this be weaponized against Americans? No warrants. Israel can spy on Americans and hand the data to U.S. agencies, bypassing the Fourth Amendment. It's kind of like what they do with Palantir. Frame you. With network access, Israel can plant fake evidence into U.S. databases. Silence you. Algorithmic suppression of speech critical of Israeli policy. Sue? No. Quote, joint U.S.-Israel initiative grants sovereign immunity, leaving victims without legal recourse.
Obviously.
Obviously.
You think we didn't think of that one?
Economic blackmail. We got a few lawyers. We'll make a matzo ball soup out of your ass. You try to fuck with us. Economic blackmail. Israel controls critical weapons supply chains. Cross them and American jobs disappear. No exit. Disentangling would cost trillions and take decades. The U.S. can never say no again. So here's AIPAC. Yeah, now they're very excited about this. They're very excited. This is AIPAC is like one long humiliation ritual. You know, they know that the American people are overwhelmingly against this, but that doesn't stop them from rubbing your face in it. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Pentagon raised threat of Israeli spying on the U.S. to the highest level, and AIPAC is openly cheering Republicans for Section 224 in the NDAA that merges our military with Israel's military. Our government is being captured. The only part of that I would cut is being. So in our last segment, we talked about this breaking story about the leaked report raising the threat level of Israeli spying. Now here's Gen X girl commenting on this. If you don't follow her account, check it out. She probably does literally the best research on the platform, I would say. I strongly believe the folks at the DIA who shared this on June 5th, 2026, did so precisely because of this 5-bill takeover in Congress. The timing is not coincidence. Quote, DIA posted an internal message that raised the level for Israel to critical. So she's really been all over this, and it's not just one bill, it's 5 bills. Israel and its lobby are attempting a complete takeover of our government through a myriad of bills. One bill virtually no one is talking about is Senator Tom Cotton's Section 622 of the fiscal year 27 Intelligence Authorization Act, which locks U.S. into permanent, unbreakable intel entanglement with Israel. So she did a graphic of what these 5 different provisions are. And this is pretty typical. They flood the zone. If one doesn't pass, another one will, right? So Section 662, U.S. Israel Intelligence Sharing Enhancement. We'll talk a little bit more about that. 224, we've talked about. 7560, U.S. Israel Framework for Upgraded Tech, Unified Research, Enhanced Security. And notice every single person who is sponsoring these bills is an APAC recipient. And this is bipartisan. It's Democrats, Republicans, got Gillibrand there on this. So a little bit from her article to explain what each of these are. Resolution 1339 endorses Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu's plan to shift the relationship from U.S. aid to mutual defense cooperation and joint investment, praising joint operations against Iran while pushing deeper entanglement. The U.S.-Israel Futures Act formalizes this initiative with $150 million authorized, creating frameworks for joint ventures, co-production, and rapid fielding of Israeli tech into the U.S. military. Now, of course, Israeli tech is pretty infamous for having backdoor spyware built into it. Section 224, for anyone not familiar, tasking the Pentagon with synchronizing bilateral research, development, testing, and industrial integration across critical domains like AI, counter-drones, cyber, directed energy, and missile defense, explicitly prioritizing Israeli origin technologies for integration into U.S. systems and programs of record. Now, this is why once you do this, it's almost irreversible, because at that point, everything is going to be supplied through Israeli manufacturers. To undo it, you're going to have to go find other suppliers for the military. You're also talking about Israeli factories being built in the United States. Now you have Congress people who can't afford to vote against these provisions or they'll lose the factory in their district. The U.S.-Israel Defense Partnership Act, H.R. 1229, mandates a Defense Innovation Unit office in Israel, cooperative counter-manned systems programs, RDT&E on emerging technologies like AI and robotics, and efforts to fold Israel into the U.S. national technology and industrial base alongside allies like the UK and Australia. And then Section 622, quote, enhances U.S.-Israel intelligence sharing by further embedding a foreign power into America's most sensitive national security apparatus and makes it nearly impossible to disentangle U.S. intelligence from Israel. This is part of a longer article you can check out on Gen X Girl's Substack. Definitely do if you haven't. She does great work. A little more on Section 622 from Ethan Wechtelak. I mean, you got to give me a break on that name. How would you say that, Keaton? Wektalok?
I think it's, yeah, Wektaluk.
Wektalik. Section 622 of the Senate Intelligence Authorization Act, approved by the Intelligence Committee last month on a bipartisan vote. Think of it as the intelligence side twin of Section 224. The clause that matters, intelligence sharing with Israel, quote, shall not be suspended, reduced, or otherwise materially limited, unquote, unless the president names a specific national security reason and reports it to Congress. The default is bolted on. Reversal is the exception. It all runs through classified channels and closed-door committees. You won't find it in anything you can read or vote on, and if it passes, the people you do elect may not be able to do anything about it. He also has an article on this on his Substack. So basically, at that point, the president would have to go begging to not share intelligence and would have to explain to Congress why intelligence is not being shared with Israel. And good luck getting a president who's going to do that.
Right.
So Elon, and this is what I always say. You think Elon Musk likes Israel? You really think he likes Israel? Do you even think this legit descendant of crypto Nazis who left Canada because they thought South Africa was a good idea in its apartheid state, thought that was where they wanted to plant roots? You think this guy even likes Jews? If you remember, he got in trouble because he was attacking Jews, right? And then they leaned on him. And since we've seen emails emerge, when are the wildest parties on the island, right? He's going to the wild parties at Epstein Island. Does Elon seem like the kind of guy who would just respond to like social pressure or them speaking nasty about him in the media? Nah, man, they got something on this motherfucker. So every now and then you'll see him try to slip the noose a little bit that they have on him, whatever they have on him. So he knew what Grok was going to say. This is his way of, and then when Netanyahu goes, Elon, I thought we were a friend. I was just asking questions from Grok. I was just asking Grok questions. So Elon waited here. Is this accurate, Grok? Yes, accurate on the key facts. Section 622, intelligence sharing with Israel, quote, shall not be suspended, reduced, or otherwise materially limited, except for a specific and identifiable national security concern determined by the president. Any such decision must be documented with rationale and notified to congressional intelligence committees within 15 days with required elements. It also directs the president to expand, enhance sharing in specified areas. Yeah, so yes, this basically ties the president's hands and forces them to share intelligence with Israel. Cogni present here. Just call it the Jonathan Pollard Act, because under this law, it legalized what he was arrested for and punishes those in opposition. Right? Yep. Under this, he would not have been arrested, right? But this just legalizes Israeli spying. It stops being spying, right? And this is who you're giving that power to. Brian Tashman, most moral army in the world in the last 24 hours, shot a baby in the head, beat up a random man in a pogrom, bombed Lebanese soldiers hours after announcing a truce. Whistleblower admits they mostly kill unarmed people. And now Congress wants to merge our two militaries. But hey, classy Tom Massey isn't out of office yet. He is promising to introduce an amendment to strip this out of the defense authorization bill.
That letter that you showed comes on the heels of a section 224 of the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, that was just made public by the chairman and the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. They intend to mark up that bill next week, I believe, and then we could see the NDAA on the floor very soon, maybe next month. if not sooner, for a full House vote. There's a troubling provision in there, Section 224, which I intend to offer an amendment to strip, but that provision would enmesh, synchronize, integrate, whatever word you want to use. I think they use the word synchronize in the legislation, but we all know what it means. And we were called conspiracy theorists last week for saying this means we're going to merge the two militaries, the IDF and the U.S. military, because they said, oh, this is just, we're merely combining our technology and our supply chains and all this other stuff. It has nothing to do with chain of command, which that may be true, but it's still an encumbrance and an entanglement that I think, honestly, is treasonous. There is no reason that this is not a symmetric relationship. Even NATO is asymmetric, but this is way more asymmetric, where we're going to be the ones giving, compromising our own national security, basically obligating ourselves to the defense of Israel at any cost, regardless of what Netanyahu engages in once we, through Section 224 of the NDAA, and then this letter, which is showing you the road, the path that they intend to go down. It makes us all not conspiracy theorists now. It only takes the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth has been about 6 months here in Washington, D.C. It's now reduced to 6 days in this Israeli plan.
Gonna miss that cat. Hope he runs for president. So this also courtesy of Gen X Girl. It's not often we have anything actionable on here. We usually just do the black pill thing, drop a lot of F-bombs, make a few dick jokes, and close the lights. Tell your House rep, remove military collaboration with Israel from this year's defense bill. Section 224. Call your House rep. And the number for that is 202-224, cute, 3121. Guess that's a coincidence, but hey, appropriate.
Hey, look at that.
So that's 202-224-3121 to call your House rep. My House rep is Adriano Espiat, who actually Mamdani stabbed in the back. Stabbed him in the back, which I don't mind. I don't like Espiat. But Espiat endorsed him, actually, and he endorsed his primary challenger. But, yeah, I'm sure folks who watch our show know who their House rep is. Give them a call. Once again, 202-224-3121. For a limited time, you get this shirt if you call.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell them to vote, vote against this. Yeah, no, it's horrible. Sorry, go ahead.
It's because they have 5 of these things coming down. I mean, this is what they do. They're trying to throw up so many of these that you can't knock them all down. That even if one of them gets knocked down, the other one won't. But if you draw enough attention to this, look, you should take inspiration from the people of Albania. We're going to cover that later on. Because they removed the bulldozers from that island now because of what they did. You gotta make noise. You gotta make noise. You gotta scare these people. Not in a violent way, peaceful, non-violent way. It's what the Albanian people did. They just marched. They marched night after night after night. Because they are, even beyond where we already are, they're selling out the country. They are going to integrate Israel into our government in a way that, as you saw, as all the reporting indicates, as all the reliable reporting indicates, once they get in like that, you're not going to be able to get them out. It's going to be like termites. You're not going to be able to get them out without tearing the house down. So call your congressman and let your voice be heard.
Mark Levin will love that metaphor. It's going to be like termites.
I mean, it is. It is.
I'm just busty balls. No, look, I mean, I think this is a preparation for a changing of the tide, right? It's a way to preempt whatever political shifts are inevitable. Like, you're not going to be able to, bribe every public official forever, right? You'll still probably be able to bribe, half of them over the next 20 years. But, in anticipation of that, you have to put certain, you have to embed certain dynamics within the system to the point where it takes a real uphill effort to then make exceptions to these new rules that we have in place. Yeah, no, that's clearly what it's about, and it's not a coincidence that as public opinion on Israel slips, you see them taking these measures. I mean, this is how they are going to respond.
I mean, it's just so obvious when you look at all this. I mean, the whole idea that you have any kind of a government that's governing on behalf of the people, what a fucking joke. What a joke. I mean, this is why so many people who go to China come back and say, you know, they have democracy in a much more meaningful way than Americans do, in the sense that the government actually acts on their behalf.
Right.
Yeah, you could talk shit about a government here that doesn't do anything for you. Okay.
Right.
All right. That's your social contract. You can talk shit and you're not going to get trained. You're not going to get health care. You're not going to get education. You're not even going to get roads. You're going to have your bridges falling apart, but you can scream about it.
Right. You'll either have men and women's sports or you won't.
Right. Yeah.
Those are your choices in America. Right. All right. We will move right on along here. All right, Vienticus, is your time in the sun here. I'm going to try this because I got to put this on the screen. Look, our friend Vienticus Prime has written a textbook on electrical concepts for everyday people. Look at the size of this book. This book is over 500 pages. It's a legit textbook. Look at this. Look at all this. It's crazy.
It's pretty
scholarly work by Vienticus Prime. Everyone's I won't say your favorite Rumble ranter, but you're up there. You are our most prolific Rumble ranter. So we all know the times are getting tougher now, but the problem with buying gold and silver is that you can't eat gold and you can't plant silver to make it grow into food. Fortune favors the prepared, chaos favors the learned, and in times of struggle, the skills that you have honed and mastered tend to make for the best currency. So it's time to get more skills under your belt. Electrical Concepts for Everyday People is available exclusively through print on demand at barnesandnoble.com. That's right, not on Amazon. Very based, Vienticus, not on Amazon. Print on demand through barnesandnoble.com. You get thousands of dollars worth of knowledge and understanding for just, and yes, this is his real price, $69.69. And all that tax and shipping stuff. And if you want the hardcover, that's 69 dimes more. So order a copy today and get to learning. And remember, the actual saying is Jack of all trades, master of one. So congratulations to Vienticus on his book. Look at this. Look at this, all this math in here. It's really, really intense work. So congratulations. And yeah, if you want to learn a trade, hey, it might be good to learn a trade now that AI is coming for everybody's job. So if you want to become an electrician, dudissidents.com/V Prime for Vienticus Prime. See what we did there? And you could pick up your copy. There you go, Vienticus. You did it. You did it, my friend. You hit the big time. You hit the big time. Hope you all enjoyed that. All right. Anna Puma says, please study this. 9/11 was an inside job and Israel was involved. I mean, look who you're talking to here. It's black and white. Yeah, I've thought 9/11 was an inside job for 24 years now. Yeah. I believe you. Master Yoda, why should Israel prosper when your family suffers? Join the American Communist Party at acp.us because the future belongs to the working class, says Master Yoda. Thank you, Master Yoda. E.O. Shush. Platner winning could give Dems control of the Senate, which could slow down the wars, genocides, concentration camps, saving thousands of lives, but he was a toxic boyfriend, so they have to die. Yeah, thank you, E.O. Shush. We're getting to that next. Even if 2 Israeli fighter jets crashed into the New York Times building, you'll get a couple op-eds about 4 courageous Israelis dancing on the roof of the Port Authority across the street. Ha! Good one, Virtuoso. Go Knicks, Virtuoso. All right, let's see what we got here. The Roe Bear Network. Check out the Sean Strickland debacle with the UFC, taking back his privilege to attend the Freedom event on the White House lawn. He had a pretty funny response. He's the only male American champ. Yeah, we did that. We covered it. We covered it on the last show. Thank you for that. Vienticus. You know, Keaton, I see there's a little bit of bare spot on one of your shelves. Maybe something purple might go good there. Maybe if you get any purple books. I'm afraid to put this on there. It'll collapse the whole thing. Thank you, Vienticus. Yeah, I'll throw this up there. Oops, what did I just do? There it is. Okay. Matt says, everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's Wilt Chamberlain, so you don't comply. Love the show, lads. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. John Smith says, your Levin impression is gold, Keaton. Gold. Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Vienticus, or maybe a large blue one. Yeah, that's the large blue one. Yeah, I just showed your large blue book there. Let's see. What do we got here? Ryan Spence, thanks for the $10. Carney government recently signed contract with Palantir and has or is trying to pass horrible legislation on police powers, internet, and political censorship and increase defense spending. Canada is a disgrace. Yep, it's bad. It's bad out there. What's the deal with Corn Pop? Does it have something to do with Biden? Guess I missed it. Yeah, Corn Pop was a bad dude. That's one of his best quotes. Corn Pop was a bad dude.
I think. Do we still have that on the soundboard? We used to.
We probably do. I can't imagine we'd have gotten rid of it. Free shit says, are the U.S. and Zio cults militaries merging, or are they just going public? Somebody else asked a similar question. It can be tough to tell where one deep state ends and the other begins. That is a valid point for sure. EO Shush says Keaton checks Russ's slides to see if he's doing Star Wars segments, and then he can plan naps like Trump during a cabinet meeting. Thank you.
Listen, you can ask Keaton. Did I keep my word? Was that video essay the last ever?
It was.
I ever did.
That was the last one.
I said everything I had to say about it. You can go back in the DD archives. My Star Wars video essay is there.
That's it. Eric Rousseau, do you think the aliens will be anti-Semitic? Yeah, they'll probably be the Israelis. That'll be confusing. They come off the ship. Make Israel Palestine again. Hello from Montreal. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Eric Rousseau says Trump will have to replace quitting UFC fighters with his masked backyard wrestling ICE thugs. Yeah, he's going to have ICE agents do it. So Netanyahu says he will honor Trump's request to not strike back at northern Lebanon. I thought they were considering striking Iran tonight, not Lebanon. The Iranians and the Russians are not my enemy. The Chosenites that have infested my government are my enemy. Know your enemy, says Comrade Cranky. Comrade Cranky. Rave Emmanuel, how sure are we that Israel and the U.S. are two different entities? Yeah, this is the other chat. Maybe they share the same deep state. Yep, like I said, could be difficult to see where one ends and the other begins. That is for sure. No doubt about it. Vientica says, is MTG trying to say our government has never been? That's right. It's never been. Larry Coldwater, great show today, fellas. Thank you. Thank you, Larry Coldwater. Appreciate that. And Eric Rousseau says, does this merger go both ways? Do we have access to their nukes now? Yeah, good question. Good question. If this is the most moral army in the world, they would mutiny. That's right. That's right. Talking about the IDF, the most moral army in the world, right? All right, folks. So we're going to move right on along here. All right, folks, this is a big one. Usually Russ goes down the rabbit hole, but this time I did. And, obviously the Gaza genocide as a story has been the one that has caught our attention the most over the course of doing this entire show. But in terms of little stories that have about a news cycle or two's oxygen, this Graham Platner scandal, if you will, is just layer upon layer of unbelievable revelations. And so I really feel like it's worth it to dig into this a little bit, no matter what you feel about Graham Platner. There are people who like him, people who don't. I have mixed feelings about Thomas Massie. There's things about Thomas Massie I like a lot. There's things about Thomas Massie I don't like. But when you see a coordinated smear campaign like this, so obviously coming from the usual suspect, shall we say, not to spoil anything, I think it's important to expose that for what it is. And so we're going to dig into this a little bit. So there was the previous Graham Platner scandal with the sexting to different women while he was married. And then this is the other shoe that dropped. The New York Times reports 3 women who dated Graham Platner, the Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, told the New York Times they found his actions intimidating and disturbing, describing volatile relationships. So we're going to read some of this expose here by the New York Times. On Tuesday evening, after a whirlwind day in Washington, Graham Platner, the Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, rushed home. Rumors were spreading from Portland to the Potomac about Mr. Platner's messy personal life after news reports that he had sent sexual messages to women while married. Democratic senators were pressuring him about whether more damaging revelations were coming. Journalists were swarming, staking out his hometown. Amid the turmoil, Mr. Platner worked the phones, rolling through calls to ex-girlfriends who might publicly acknowledge that while he may have been a bad boyfriend, he was in fact a decent guy. In interviews with the New York Times on Wednesday, several women did just that, describing Mr. Platner as a fun and caring partner and saying they felt safe with him. Some remain friends with him to this day, years after their relationships ended. But in extensive conversations over the past 2 months, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Platner offered a far more complicated assessment, describing volatile and, quote, toxic relationships that were unsettling and at times emotionally wrenching. Mr. Platner could be charming and charismatic, they recalled in interviews, but also demeaning to women, and, in at least one case, even physically threatening. He drank heavily and was regularly unfaithful. Lizzy Savetsky, 40, a Virginia conservative who has worked for right-leaning groups and Republican campaigns, recalled him as, quote, cavalierly contemptuous of women's emotions, of our weakness. Miss Fifield, Republican operative, who dated Mr. Platner from roughly 2013 to 2015, said that his offensive online posts reminded me of just how much he hated women. Jenny Rassicott, 41, a Maine Democrat, who said she dated him casually off and on between 2019 and 2021, said the post deepened her beliefs that he did not respect women. When I saw the old comments that he made online, she said, I recognized a version of him that I had experiences with. Some of the women also raised questions about his trustworthiness. Mr. Platner's insistence that he did not know that his tattoo was a Nazi symbol until it became a campaign issue last fall was simply not true, Ms. Fifield said. After all, she said, he had taught her the word for it years earlier, referring to it as my Totenkopf. Okay. Now, we're going to see whether or not she knew that word. We'll get an idea of that in a little while. And it's a bit tedious, but I feel like in fairness, we got to go through a lot of the claims here. His campaign strongly denied that he knew what the tattoo stood for.
That's an Aborigine word for big dick.
That's right, yeah. His campaign strongly denied that he knew what the tattoo stood for. And in a statement to the Times, Mr. Platner said he had, quote, too often self-medicated with alcohol and was far from perfect boyfriend during what he described as a very dark period of my life. I take responsibility for all that and wish I had been better, he said. Any characterization beyond that is false, and I believe politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since and the movement we are building in Maine. When Miss Fifield first met Mr. Platner in 2013, he was a student at George Washington University, and she was working on veterans issues at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and beginning to make a name for herself as a conservative activist online. Their roughly 2-year on-again, off-again relationship, as Ms. Fifield described it, was heady and passionate. Lizzy, I love you in a way I can't even describe, he texted her in 2016, according to a message reviewed by The Times. You are literally everything to me. There's a picture of the happy couple together at the time. She said she recognized that Mr. Platner was struggling with the aftermath of his military service and thought she could help him. Ms. Fifield, who was navigating family challenges at the time, recalls that period as emotionally rocky for her, too. Mr. Platner could be rough with her, Ms. Fifield said, particularly when they were drinking, leaving her shaken and sometimes afraid. In the interviews, Ms. Fifield grappled with how to process her experiences. She was quick to note that he never hit me, never punched me. But she said he regularly grabbed her by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks, and on one occasion yanked her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument when she wanted to stay in the car. During one argument, she recalled, he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was, quote, calm. Eventually, Miss Fifield said she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added it didn't cause an injury, it didn't break my arm. Mr. Platner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations, his campaign said. The Times could not independently corroborate Ms. Fifield's account of the altercations. Ms. Fifield also recalled that Mr. Platner's displays of weaponry and discussions of violence sometimes left her uneasy. This is kind of funny. She said he kept an AR-15 lying around his apartment on Capitol Hill and would sharpen an axe, a relic from his time working on the Appalachian Trail before he enlisted in the Marines, while watching television. He had what she described as a warrior ethos and would fantasize about killing people he deemed a threat, she said. She said he told her that grape was about power. It was something that stuck with her through the years, Ms. Fifield said. He said this a lot. If anybody ever broke in here, I would grape them, she recalled, saying that he added that it would not be in a sexual way, not in a gay way. See, MAGA was very offended by this. They said, what do you mean not in a gay way? Yeah. He was like, I would grape them to show them that I'm dominant, she said.
But I would put the dog in the other room. I would never involve the dog.
Yeah, I would never involve the dog. What am I, an animal? Almost done with the Times story. Then we'll dig into it. The Times reviewed texts between Ms. Fifield and Mr. Platner, along with Google chat exchanges, texts, and Facebook messages between Ms. Fifield and her friends during and after the relationship. The Times also reviewed some of Ms. Fifield's diary entries from after the relationship had ended and spoke with two of her friends who confirmed that the pair had an emotionally volatile relationship but could not corroborate the physical altercations or the most controversial comments she described. Ms. Fifield said she did not expect her friends to offer that corroboration because she did not tell anyone at the time, saying she had been embarrassed. The impact of the relationship on Ms. Fifield's life lingered for years, she said. She referred to him in a diary entry in June 2016 as the most toxic, literally abusive man on earth who destroyed my life. Those close to her encouraged her to move on. Do not call Graham, a friend messaged her that year. Ms. Fifield, who was affiliated with Independent Women, a conservative group, insisted that her political beliefs had nothing to do with her choice to come forward. She worked briefly on Nikki Haley's 2024 presidential campaign, and before that for the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank. Ms. Fifield said she had not been paid by any campaign or political entity since Ms. Haley's campaign. Mr. Platner's campaign said in a statement, let's be very clear. This is a lifelong GOP operative who's dedicated her career to electing Republicans. Ms. Fifield said she had no connection to the campaign of Senator Susan Collins, Mr. Platner's likely Republican opponent. She acknowledged that Independent Women had been supportive of Ms. Collins, but said she had not been active with the organization recently. Okay, so you have a lifelong conservative operative with at least loose ties to an organization that is outright supporting Susan Collins. She kept a diary of her time with Platner. She calls him toxic, but she did not write in her diary that he was physical with her because the New York Times said they could not corroborate any of these claims. Neither could any of her friends. So this seems to stink quite a bit already just based on the text in the article. But just wait. It gets better. Visual aids to accompany this. Zed Jelani says, I think Lindsay Fifield, Platner's ex, might have been in my mentions a while ago accusing me of misleading people because I posted a video from an Israeli soldier's own social media showing them committing crimes. Okay, so on top of being a Republican operative, who worked on Nikki Haley's campaign and for the Heritage Foundation, is she really a committed Zionist on top of that? Well, Mel says she made all her social media accounts private, but here she is blatantly lying about why Rumeysa Ozturk was targeted by Rubio's State Department. She's the student at Tufts University who was facing deportation for having written an op-ed petitioning her the government of her school to take up a student resolution, an anti-Israel resolution of some kind. I forget what it was. But it was an op-ed critical of Israel, basically.
Right, yeah.
This is all I need to see to know she's a lying hack with a very clear political motive. And then Mel posts the receipt. So here's Lindsay Fifield saying Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Ozturk were not targeted for advocacy against Israel. They are being held accountable for destruction of property, organizing violent actions, making threats to Jewish students, and distributing materials funded by state-designated terror groups. You'll be surprised to learn you can't promote terrorism and death to America while you're here on a student visa or green card. Let's see an update. So then Virginia Realist replies, interesting assertion. All I've seen is that Ozturk wrote an op-ed. Do you have evidence otherwise? Fifield replies, her arrest had nothing to do with an op-ed. That was the lie they ran with, and you just nom that talking point right up without question. Graham Platner's accuser, Lindsay Fifield, by the way, had nothing to do with an op-ed. Well, let's just see how that panned out. Oh, Washington Post report, no evidence linking Tufts unit to anti-Semitism or terrorism. State Department office found. So the State Department itself admitted there's absolutely no evidence of anything
under Marco
besides
Rubio.
Under Marco Rubio. No evidence of anything besides that op-ed was cause for her arrest and attempted deportation. So when she says this was not about an op-ed, she is pulling that right out of her ass, which is another way of saying she's lying. She's lying. But it gets worse. Saw an Instagram reel. This is Lindsay Fifield's ex account. Saw an Instagram reel of a woman whining that Israel had dropped more bombs on Gaza than had been dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima combined. And before I could comment, my phone died. And I think that was the Lord's way of kindly telling me to just stay off the internet today. That was in 2024. On October 8th, 2023, she put a poll out. Did your church mention and pray specifically for Israel today? But this goes back a ways.
Oh, she's a Christian Zionist.
Long before October 7th. Why do I love Israel? Because even seeing this mindless evil won't make Israeli hearts fill with hate. Now, I would love to show you what that linked to, but it's timed out. Apparently, there's nothing to see there anymore. The tweet's almost 10 years old. We go back even further to 2014. Here's a quote that she admires. If the Arabs lay down their arms, there will be no more war. If Israel lays down its weapons, there will be no more Israel. Bibi. Oh, she seems to love Israel a lot, right?
Yeah.
How about this one? From October of 2015. I recently found a college paper I wrote juxtaposing Harry Potter with the Israel-Palestine conflict. It nails it. So she is not just pro-Israel. She's obsessed with Israel. She's a fanatical Zionist. I mean, if you go to her X and you just search Israel, I mean, endless results. I mean, she's been tweeting about Israel for over a decade, it seems. Well, no, literally over a decade. What am I talking about? It's 2026. Man, time flies when the world is unraveling. So, yeah, I mean, just a pro-Israel fanatic. Just an absolute fanatic. But just wait. It gets better. Who is coaching her through these accusations against Graham Platner? Well, let's find out. John Podhoretz and Seth Mandel discussing how Seth's wife, Bethany, has been the one helping to coach Lindsay Fifield through her exposure of Graham Platner.
Your wife, Bethany, is a very close friend of Lindsay's. Indeed, they did a podcast together, I think, for a couple of years called Lady Brains, which was my idea, actually. And and Lindsay...
I was supposed to get 15%. You wanted 10. We settled at 12.5.
So Bethany has been there to sort of coach and help and advise and encourage and comfort Lindsay as this story has unfolded and as...
Okay, so who's Bethany Mandel, who's advising and encouraging and comforting Lindsay? Remember when Brianna Joy Gray asked that woman, what is woke? And she melted down and couldn't say what it is. That's Bethany Mandel, who is famous for that, as well as this banger tweet from 2014. Not nuking these fucking animals, meaning Palestinians, is the only restraint I expect. And that's only because the cloud would hurt Israelis. So one of the most notorious Zionist fanatics on the internet is apparently her advisor in this campaign against Graham Platner. Wow. But just wait. It gets better. Crystal ball. The concept of founding Ladies for Kavanaugh and then expecting everyone to uncritically take your word for uncorroborated toxic boyfriend claims. So in addition to being a Republican operative, in addition to having ties to a pro-Collins group, in addition to being a fanatical Zionist who's coached by an even more fanatical Zionist than she is, she had a group called Ladies for Kavanaugh, which was designed to protect Kavanaugh against the very kinds of accusations that she is making against Graham Platner. So here's a New York Post article about that. Inez Stepman and Lindsay Fifield are two millennial women who co-founded the group Ladies for Kavanaugh to show their support for the nominee when they felt that view was being left out of the public discourse. Their day jobs are in conservative politics. Stepman at Independence Women Forum and Fifield at the Heritage Foundation. Their pro-Kavanaugh group was formed on their own time. Fifield and her pro-Kavanaugh friends had stayed quiet during the original hearings while liberal women raged in the streets and on social media. But in the wake of this baseless 11th hour accusations orchestrated to stop Kavanaugh's confirmation, we couldn't stay silent anymore, Fifield said. She really has a problem with baseless 11th hour accusations that are politically motivated. Austerity is theft post. Here's Lindsay talking about how she wanted Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, Kavanaugh's accuser, of course, to be exposed and humiliated for daring to come forward with an accusation of rape against Brett Kavanaugh. I think it was assault rather than full-on rape. But here's her quote. I hope to God they don't let these false accusers fade into obscurity now. I want the former boyfriend's allegations of polygraph coaching proven, especially since the agent she was coaching is the one who pressured her friends to lie. This was a sham from the start. Wow. So, pro-Kavanaugh activist supported Kavanaugh through his Me Too moment. But wait, it gets better. That's right. It gets better. Are we
better
done yet?
than that?
No, we are not. You remember who was the deciding vote in the Brett Kavanaugh hearing? Who made everyone wait with bated breath while they pored over all of the evidence and the testimony from the hearings? It was Susan Collins. Everybody else had decided, and it was tied. And Susan Collins made America wait with bated breath to see which way she was going to vote. And she made a huge spectacle of it, if you remember. This is from 2018. She announced that she was making a speech, and in that speech, she would reveal whether she was voting yes on Kavanaugh or no on Kavanaugh. She, of course, ended up voting yes on Kavanaugh, which cleared the path towards his successful nomination. So it was Susan Collins, Graham Platner's now opponent, who cast the deciding vote along with a pretty lengthy speech justifying what at the time was a very controversial decision. But wait, it gets better. It gets better.
No, than that?
Gets better than that. Of course, Susan Collins' speech was fairly long. It was fairly well thought out, which means she couldn't have written it by herself. Who helped Susan Collins draft the speech justifying her vote to confirm Brett Kavanaugh? Who helped her write that speech? You guessed it. You guessed it. You can't believe you guessed it because it seems too crazy to be true. But who helped Susan Collins write the speech confirming Brett Kavanaugh? One Lindsay Fifield. Would you look at that? Here's the chair of the Independent Women's Forum, the right-wing group where Lindsay Fifield is a fellow, bragging about helping draft Susan Collins' remarks when she voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. Fifield is New York Times' main source and the only one alleging anything physical. So Fifield's group, I should say. Maybe not the one, but the organization.
I'm extraordinarily proud of IWF. It's not well known, but after Jeff Flake got caught in the elevator, a moment I think none of us will ever forget. Absolutely paralyzed by the activist asking him questions and not knowing what to say. We were approached and they said, can you tell us how to talk about supporting Kavanaugh without alienating the Me Too movement? We wrote a memo It was used by a lot of members of the Senate and the House and Fox News and elsewhere. But most important is Susan Collins told me that without that memo, she could not have seen how to support him. And if you look at her speech that she gave on the Senate floor, it is entirely the playing out and architecture of how we said to structure the argument and what to say and how to say it, which is just so gratifying. We're watching TV. That's hers. That's it.
So gratifying. So it was Lindsay Fifefield's group that coached Susan Collins through her decision and explanation to confirm Brett Kavanaugh in the wake of the same kinds of accusations that Lindsay Fifield is now leveling against Graham Platner, layer upon layer upon layer of scam. Lindsay Fifield right now tweets, "For those of you who think I should have said something at the time, let me remind you of DC's culture for women. And sadly, nothing has changed." Remember, during the Kavanaugh hearings, the whole case hinged on whether or not she told anybody else at the time. That's why Jeff Flake put a pause on the vote and ordered an FBI investigation to look into, okay, were there any friends or people close to Christine Blasey Ford that she told that she explained the situation to at the time? The entire case hinged upon that. And here she's saying, well, I didn't tell anybody because the culture was too toxic. When I sent this tweet 13 years ago about a Republican staffer, the next morning my boss at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce pulled me into his office and told me Congressional Affairs was furious and that I could get fired if I spoke to reporters. I had tweeted a photo of the staffer's business card, which I did agree to delete, but I refused to delete this. Everyone at Tune In was mad at me for talking about it. Kicking the man out was sufficient. I didn't try to get him fired, they said. That was the culture I was in while I was dating Graham. So she doesn't even have a story about Graham. She has a story about someone else that she, told in order to define this culture. And frankly, I'm just done. I'm so done. This just cannot keep happening. I will not one day send my daughters to go to work in a congressional office if this culture is not radically transformed. Again, this is a woman
they're
who
so
had ladies for Kavanaugh.
When it's convenient.
Yeah. Ladies for Kavanaugh. This woman had a group.
She
ladies
sounds like
for
a
Kavanaugh.
Hollywood activist here.
She coaches Susan Collins through a confirmation vote for Kavanaugh. Her organization does. People need to know they can and should speak up when they're abused or when they see abuse, and know there will be no point scoring about what party affiliation they have. Well, this is getting just out of control. You have the mainstream media running with the story of a woman who clearly has every bias in the world, clearly has major credibility issues. And so, folks, in dark times, a hero rises. Michael Tracy chimes in. In swoops, Michael Tracy.
I have something to tell you. What is it, Michael? I'm Batman.
Yeah, I'm Batman. That's right. Why is there no responsibility borne by professional adult women, such as Lindsay here, to extricate themselves from a dating romantic situation if it was supposedly so toxic and abusive? Or at least that's how she's characterizing it more than a decade after the fact. She wasn't a helpless, wilting flower when she was sporadically involved with Platner for 2 years. She wasn't trafficked, preyed upon, or coerced. There was no disturbingly disparate power dynamic. She was a professional adult political operative in Washington, D.C. If anything, she probably had more power than he did. For all we know, she was the instigator of the purported volatility in the relationship, or at least a significant contributor to it. Yes, indeed. Spotted over Portland, Maine. That's right. Michael Tracy answering the call. And while we're on this image, I will have everyone know I'm proud to say I did not use AI to create that image. I spliced existing art and customized it to create the Tracy signal. The Tracy signal went up, and he answered the call. Ballot boxed out, says he's not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need. That's right. But let's see how the media is taking this. Starting from the halls of power in Washington, D.C., of course, here's the media talking to John Fetterman about these accusations.
P. Hustle. That's P. Hustle. That's what you call him? Okay, yeah.
That's what you're calling him?
Oh, no, that's how he described himself, P. Hustle.
I see.
His name. I mean, the MSN folks, you love P. Hustle? And then MSN now?
We're asking you.
Because he's awesome, right? Was it the Nazi tattoo? Is it the insults and the kick account?
How do you think Democrats should handle this? He's likely to become the Democratic nominee for the Senate next week.
Some Democrats will defend that mess. I will not. So it's really up to Maine voters. So the people on MS Now, they want to defend a guy with a Nazi tattoo? Okay. If he want to defend a guy that describes the American Army as absolute trash, okay. If P. Hustle said that a Purple Heart awardee is a dumb that doesn't deserve to live, okay.
All right. So Fetterman throwing some shade at Graham Platner. Asked about this was Van Jones. Van Jones, who thinks that this is a moment of truth for the Democratic Party. Do you want to sign off on the Donald Trump standard of behavior, asked Van Jones?
Democratic Senator John Fetterman, Pennsylvania, criticized him not for the first time, saying he's, quote, behaving in a degenerate way, urging voters to back Janet Mills, Maine's governor, in Tuesday's primary. What do you think, Ben?
You know, it's a moment of truth in this party. This is tough. I think that I hear people in our party, and they're saying, why are we so tough on our bad guys when the Republicans are so soft on their bad guys? And so, that's the kind of stuff when you're a parent, you struggle with that, because it's like, look, we're running this house. We're not running the house across the street. We're not running the neighbor's house. We're running this.
Well, you're supposed to be competing against the house across the street, right? That's why that's why it's important to play by the same rules. Because if you handicap yourself, you're ceding ground to the house across the street, who you're supposed to be competing against for power.
House. And so what bothers me about what he's done is not just the things that are being reported about him, but that his stories just don't hold up. He said that he got this stuff under control years ago, and some of this stuff is not years ago, and people are concerned that there's more to come. I don't sit in judgment of anybody. You know, all the work that I've done in prisons, and I'm a second chances, third chances, fourth chances guy. When you're on a redemption arc for real, when you've taken real accountability, when you've actually owned up and you have a track record, or at least
when you respect Israel, then I'm for second chances.
And you bend the knee to Israel.
When you fuck the wall, then you're on for second chances.
It's about where you are in your process. My concern is he tried to polish this thing up. I used to be one way, now I'm not. Well, you better be telling the truth about that, and it seems like he's not. And so now this party's got to look in the mirror. Do you want to sign off on the Donald Trump standard of behavior? You got some other people who have very bad behavior in the other party. Is that now our standard in this party, or is it not? And I think people are going to have a tough choice to make.
Oh, tough choice to make. Wow, what a profound point. I love this response from Jake Ers. I hope I'm saying that right. Bill Clinton fingered an intern in the White House and then spent the next 15 years hanging out with the most famous child rapist on earth. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we have to decide whether this is the standard of behavior we want to embrace in the Democratic Party. But Bill Clinton, wall fucker. John Fetterman, wall fucker. Van Jones, wall fucker. David Frum, big wall fucker, echoing Van Jones's point. The price of Platner. National Democrats now face a choice between reviling a large and maybe growing number of women as liars, or arguing through November that twisting a woman's arm and locking her in the room is merely messy, not violent. Platner claps back at Fetterman, by the way. John Fetterman seems to genuinely think that the reason no one likes him is because he refuses to wear a suit. It's not the hoodie, dude. It's because you've become a stooge for AIPAC and the Republican Party. Another liberal media figurehead, Simone Sanders. Platner's campaign did not deny the allegations about him getting physical to the New York Times, but Platner is repeatedly denying it on MS Now, referring to an interview that I'll show you in a second. Of course, He did deny it, as we read earlier. Good for Ashley for calling her out on that. Mr. Platner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations, his campaign said, noting the Times could not independently corroborate Ms. Fifield's account of the altercations, even though she apparently kept a diary. So this is the interview Simone Sanders was referring to, where he does deny that he was inappropriately physical with this woman. So Hayes reads some of the allegations, and then he poses the question.
He added, it didn't cause any injury. It didn't break my arm. Did that happen?
No, it did not. There are some allegations in this piece that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about are simply not true. Anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, these are the statements of someone who's politically motivated. In this piece, there's a lot about my struggling, not being a good boyfriend, certainly self-medicating with alcohol, and I've been very upfront since the beginning of this campaign that was a pretty dark period of my life after I came back from my combat service, and that's what that kind of life looks like. And so there are things in this that I absolutely will take responsibility for and have been speaking about openly for months now. But those serious allegations are just not true.
You did not grab her by the wrist. You did not put your hands on her shoulders. You did not push her into a room that you closed the door on. She's lying about that, is what you're saying.
Yes, that is not true.
Okay, so there you go. There's a denial there.
The truth is, she never forgave me for not going down on her. I explained to her that one time in Iraq, someone pulled a grenade out of that part of their body and could have blown my head off, and I never got over it. But she said she understood, but I don't think she ever forgave me.
Her asshole tasted like gefilte fish. In fact, I no longer orally service the anus anymore because of that. It was the last rim job I ever gave.
And that was my happy place.
That was my happy place. So we want to talk about victims here. She's not the only one. Okay, Graham, let's just stick to yes or no answers to these questions. Okay, don't volunteer any more information than you need to. We'll get through this. So more liberal media pile-ons here. Graham Platner and the rise of white male identity politics by piece of absolute garbage, Joan Walsh. Look at that, Joan Walsh coming out of the woodwork to get in on this little smear campaign. It's amazing how they don't understand.
Scraping up the bottom of the barrel.
Exactly. Wow. How they don't know. They either don't know or don't care. They don't care that this is why they are where they are now. This is how Donald Trump wins twice, because of shit like this, and they revert to it every single time. So here's Joan Walsh. As of Wednesday morning this week, even after his sexting scandal broke, I knew two things about Maine Senate candidate Graham Platner. I was glad I didn't have to vote in Maine, and that if I did, I would probably hold my nose and vote for Platner. Senator Susan Collins is despicable. Her vote for Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh unforgivable. Defeating her is essential. It's Friday morning, and now I know deep down I could never vote for Platner. So Joan Walsh loves Donald Trump then. Joan Walsh is right-wing, and, when the Republicans keep the Senate because people like Joan Walsh are just too pure to vote for Graham Platner, and Donald Trump gets 3 more justices on the court, and no women are able to get any reproductive health care for the next 60 years, you know who to thank for that. It's Joan Walsh, because Joan Walsh was just too good to compromise her values and vote for Graham Platner over Susan Collins.
What happened to vote blue no matter who?
Yeah, no, exactly.
What happened? Can we do a search? Can we do a search on Joan Walsh excoriating the DNC for repeatedly putting Bill Clinton on stage?
Right. Yeah, no, you won't see that. Not only will you not see that, if you dig into Joan Walsh's background, here's a gem from Joan Walsh in the late 90s. The ugliest story yet. Why the Wall Street Journal ran the Clinton grape story that no other reputable news organization would touch, referring, of course, to the Juanita Broaddrick story. So Joan Walsh running smear pieces against Juanita Broaddrick in the late 90s, who accused Bill Clinton, credibly, of forcible rape. One thing many of you might not have known about this story is Bill Clinton himself, personally, the man, never denied that he did this. He denied it through his campaign. His campaign and not his campaign, his lawyers. He didn't have a campaign at the time, wasn't running for anything. His lawyers issued statements of denial. Bill Clinton has never publicly commented on Juanita Broaddrick's accusations. At the time these accusations surfaced, Clinton's team was contacted to confirm or deny whether or not he was in Arkansas, the exact place I forget. I think it was Little Rock, on the day that this allegedly took place. No comment. No comment. A specific allegation of the gravest sexual crime of all, and Joan Walsh writes this article trying to shut it down. Graham Platner, not accused of assault, not accused of punching, not accused of hitting, was accused of belligerent, probably drunken behavior, which he denies and there's no corroborating evidence for. She says, you know what? I just can't vote for Graham Platner. This is white male identity politics.
Wow.
That's Joan Walsh. But here.
When you're too hacky for MSNBC.
Exactly. When you're too hacky for MSNBC. So Ro Khanna stood by Graham Platner. He did a rally with him in Maine the other night, even as these accusations were surfacing. Here he's asked, can he survive another scandal? This is the other thing that's amazing to me about this story. This is the post-Epstein era, where we're asking if these accusations are going to sink a campaign. Like, is this 1999 again? That's what it kind of feels like.
Well,
feels
also,
like we've passed this already.
Based on any reasonable standards of journalism, the Times never should have printed that story.
Of course, the accuser
there was
is
no
the
corroboration. And did they mention in that story the extent to which she is an operative for Israel and conservatives?
I mean, they mentioned that she's a Republican operative
they
in the story.
But if what you read is the extent of what they said, that's misleading.
Yeah, I know they didn't get into the Bethany Mandel shit, I don't think. So here is Ro Khanna. Let's take a look.
You got 5 months here.
Well, it depends what. I'm not, obviously, if there was any evidence that comes out that there is actual domestic violence or assault, I have zero tolerance for that. I led the fight against the Epstein class, which has been a cover-up for sexual abuse with Thomas Massie. I've been at the forefront of championing women's rights and rights of survivors. But here you have a case of someone who had a dark chapter in his life, who was in toxic relationships, was ashamed about it, who served this country, and the Maine voters are saying, look, let's give him some grace. And his focus is stopping these wars, and it's getting national health insurance, and it's taking on economic inequality.
Okay, and that is the progressive message that you are supporting. Ro Khanna, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's hear from some Mainers about this. Got a few little clips here to show you about how they are taking the scandal
of redemption. They're willing to continue to back him. Here is some of what we heard.
Does he have a problematic past? Yes, but I would rather have a redemption story than somebody telling you how wonderful they are, how much research they do, and yet they still make the wrong decision for the people of Maine.
Would I date him? No, but
sure, right back at you.
It does play into his character, but we're not looking for perfection. We are where we are. We have a Senate that's controlled by the Republicans who are not holding this president in check, and that is a higher priority.
Here's some more misogynistic Mainers.
The best candidate by far, and probing into the minutia of his personal relationships when you don't do that for any other candidate is ridiculous.
Is there anything that would change your mind at this point?
Absolutely not.
One more. You've got to find some here.
Party's come up short in a lot of ways in terms of like whitewashing our candidates and being so morally elitist and kind of entitled at times. We have to be willing to get dirty.
His baggage is nowhere near their baggage. We're talking about people that are felons and people that take bribes.
I really kind of think that we all have skeletons in our closet and we've all made mistakes, especially when we're younger.
I'm not going to lie, it kind of turns me on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know who's also backing him up is James Carville. James Carville, here he is. Here he is.
I don't care if you committed a crime, didn't charge him, and then throw his ass in jail, but so far we have none of that. We got a fucked up guy who he could be 100 times more fucked up than he is. He'd never be as fucked up as what we got in Washington now anyway.
Good point.
When I worked for the Clintons,
And I just saw
I used
this.
to carry around a bag of lime in the trunk. Never knew when I was going to have to dispose of a body. This guy's an amateur.
They say, you in the soap business? I say, yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
That's it. I used to carry around a shovel and some lime. You never knew when we were going to have to get rid of one of the women. Bill, you know what he would do to them. And you couldn't have any witnesses, and that was my job.
It's a tough racket.
Tut. Ooh, and we got to do this, and we got to be fair. You know, James, if a Republican did what Graham Platner did, you would be outraged. Yeah, I would. But what I'm more outraged about, and what I have to consider first, is this country is about to lose it. The whole goddamn thing. Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. Why? Because he had to win a goddamn war. Okay, we got to win this.
This guy got handsy with some Jew broad, and we're supposed to all ban the whole country over that?
And if we got a person who's understandably got issues, yeah, good. And maybe people ought to see it. And maybe we ought to just be reminded of what these stupid wars have brought about and the consequence of said stupid wars.
I mean, hey, that's another fair point.
They told me about Vince Foster. I said, well, dead men tell no tales. He saw too much. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah. I mean, that's another good point, too. Like, hey, if you're going to put these, veterans with PTSD up as, redemption stories, well, if it's a redemption story, obviously there's going to be some unsavory stuff there.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So good point, Carville. So here's Graham Platner at the rally, back on message.
In my life, where that hard work ceased being enough, we have also watched the largest transfer of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in the history of this nation. In 1990, there were fewer than 80 billionaires in the United States. Today, there are over 900. I ask you, when you look around, do you see a state of Maine that is 10 times wealthier than 1990? Do we have 10 times the schools? 10 times the hospitals? Do our paychecks go 10 times as far? Do we have 10 times the free time? No. In fact, we have less. Fewer schools, fewer hospitals. Our paychecks run out earlier in the month, and we have less time because everybody's working harder. There is no coincidence that in the time that has happened, we have seen the existence of people like Elon Musk occur.
Yeah, it sounds like a guy who may have grabbed a woman by the shoulders 10 years ago to me. Talking like a guy who has some skeletons in his closet there. Well, let's let America's most radicalized wine mom chime in on this for a final word.
Toxic relationships. Everybody's talking about toxic relationships and tattoos and all of this shit. Talk about Susan Collins voting to dismantle protections that keep women safe and keep women free. because that is the real story here. They don't want us talking about that. Susan Collins needs to be defeated. She trots out, I'm a centrist. I think Donald Trump has learned his lesson. She is a MAGA fascist to her core. And just want to throw this in there too. I don't give a fuck if somebody had a toxic relationship. I myself have been a toxic girlfriend. I've had toxic boyfriends. That's part of the human experience, right? Susan Collins allegedly was banging her current husband while his wife was dying of cancer. So if we're going to get into all this stuff, let's get into all the MAGA shit. Let's dredge up Kim Paxton, Donald Trump, Susan Collins, all of it. Let's do a roll call for all of them. But the main thing you have to look at, main, is there is a woman who has a record, decades-long record, of voting against women, voting against freedom, voting for corporations, and abandoning the working class people of Maine.
Yep. Zay Squirrel says, I don't like Platner as he's an unrepentant war criminal who volunteered to be a Blackwater mercenary. But that New York Times piece is the most transparent Israel lobby Zionist smear piece bullshit. Every part of it, from the fake victim to the authors, is fabricated by rabid Zionist freaks. Yeah, exactly. You don't like Graham Platner? I don't give a fuck whether you like him or not. That's not the point. I don't like Thomas Massie per se. There's things about Thomas Massie I like. Seems like a principled guy. There's a lot about Thomas Massie that I don't like. I have very mixed feelings about Thomas Massie. When you see an obvious, naked, just egregious, coordinated smear campaign by the worst people on the planet, you have to call that out. Otherwise, you're just ceding this ground to them. You cannot just let the Israel lobby and their foot soldiers destroy anyone they don't like. Whether you like them or not is not the point. And I just have to throw this in as a little epilogue here, because you get a lot of this. Well, I think Platner is the next John Fetterman, because stylistically, right, aesthetically, they kind of match up. They're both kind of privileged kids who have embraced this sort of like working class aesthetic and use that as part of their messaging. However, I think we all know where this is going. There's a pretty glaring difference between Graham Platner and John Fetterman. Don't forget, John Fetterman positioned himself as the Bernie guy. John Fetterman had a fucking stroke and could barely talk in the debate against Dr. Oz. And he was not run out of town. The media came to his defense, and guess what? He came and he won that race despite being essentially a vegetable who could barely talk, which is still basically what he is. What's the difference? Well, here's the difference.
Couldn't even say crudité.
Couldn't even say crudité. Couldn't even get the zinger in. Here's Graham Platner on Israel, and then I'm going to show you John Fetterman on Israel.
Taxpayer dollar. Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide. I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid, but I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this is a nation that right now is exterminating people. It is going to be very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely. An immense amount of work is going to have to be done, in my opinion, to fix that relationship, because what I am witnessing now is the height of horror. And the fact that it is being done by bombs that are built in this country and paid for with our tax dollars is utterly unconscionable, and it needs to end.
Okay, so Graham Platner on Israel is not a single taxpayer dollar to Israel. Difficult to see how we could ever work with Israel in any capacity ever again. Here's John Fetterman this week on Israel with literally the exact opposite message.
This question of should Israel exist? It's like, yeah, 100%. It's not going anywhere, and I'm always gonna vote for whatever Israel needs, military, financial, or intelligent, whatever that it's then. They are. It's a miracle, and it's a paragon of democracy and the kinds of values that we live here in our nation in that entire region.
Okay, so this is why the media manufactured consent for John Fetterman, even though he was clearly not able to perform his duties as a senator. And this is why they have the knives out for Graham Platner. So just because they're both like privileged kids who kind of feign a working class lifestyle as part of their messaging, that does not mean they are the same thing. If we take anything that they say at all seriously, they are not at all the same thing. And once again, I think Zay Squirrel's point is fine and well taken. I don't care whether you like Graham Platner or not. That's really not the point of this. The point is you have to defend against these Zionist smear pieces. But I will just add, as someone whose father back during the Iraq war days organized a good number of anti-war protests, as someone whose father was very active at that time, I attended dozens of anti-war protests as a young adult. I cannot remember a single anti-war protest that did not feature disillusioned veterans as a core component of the protests.
Right.
Veterans who went to war thinking they were doing one thing, realizing they were there to do another thing, they are a fixture at anti-war protests. They are a very important part of anti-war movements. So I do not believe in writing people off with backgrounds like his just because they have backgrounds like his. That is, again, somewhat of an aside, but I think it is an important aside to put out there. Overall, I hope I laid out for you what a just naked, just a blatant, obvious hatchet piece this is. And whether you like Platner or not is as material to the conversation as whether you like Thomas Massie or not. When the Israel lobby came for Thomas Massie, we thought it was important to call that out and support Thomas Massie through it. I feel the same way now. And on top of that, it is just mind-boggling to me that post-Epstein files, a quote-unquote scandal like this can get this kind of oxygen. That's just mind-blowing to me. We're still doing this. You got the president of the United States mentioned thousands of fucking times in the Epstein files, half of which are probably redacted, will probably never see the light of day. So it's just an extraordinary story. And time will tell how it affects the polls. The polls have tightened a little bit. I think when you get 3 days of relentless negative press, you're going to lose a few points in the polls. He's still up by a little bit. And I think this is really a test for the people of Maine. Like, it's one thing if you were going to vote for Collins anyway, and your politics are just not my politics. But if you're a swing voter and you're fucking deciding based on this, man, you are one hopeless case.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing for the New York Times, which just essentially endorsed serial pervert Andrew Cuomo.
Right.
To come out and feign shock and horror at this. We know that Mamdani is squeaky clean, because God knows if he wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been 100 pieces. He's a one-woman guy. He's with his wife. That's it. She's beautiful. Why would he go anywhere else? If there was anything like that to dig up, they would have dug it up. Looks like he's a pretty straight arrow. They still went for the fucking pervert. They still went for the pervert. They
Yeah,
still
right.
went for the serial molester.
That's right.
Over this squeaky clean guy. Now they're gonna go and scream about a toxic boyfriend who, look, I mean, what he's talking about, as you pointed out, supposed to be so sympathetic to these veterans who come back messed up from their service, and he's been pretty frank about that. Yeah, Jennifer Walsh, look, man, yeah, she's a wide mom and all. That was a perfect and honest statement. I've been a toxic girlfriend. I've had toxic boyfriends. Yeah, that's another thing. This is part of the fucking human experience. You know, we've all been the bad guy in the relationship at some point. So, you know, who amongst us does not have a past romantic partner that could tell the Times horrible stories about their experience with us? Who doesn't have one of those in their past? You're going to disqualify them all for office when, again, like the whole government is in the Epstein files. You're going to disqualify this guy. This feels very like a dying elite pulling the same old tricks. I mean, this is the same old tricks. This is what they do. They know that their lib base, at least up to this point, has been very responsive to these types of smears, these kinds of identity-based smears. I think 2024 broke a lot of the libs. I think they finally, there's only so many times that you can hold out the carrot and say, no, just go, you'll get the carrot. And they don't get the carrot before finally they stop believing you that this is the way that they're going to get satisfaction. They fucked them too many times. Trump coming back a second time after everything they were told about how impossible that was going to be, after years of lawfare and stories about how he's done and he's going to prison and the walls are closing him. The fact that that guy came back and gained the presidency again, they've lost credibility with the core that this shit used to work with. But they have no other tricks,
right?
Because they have nothing else to talk about. They're between, look, a guy like Massey, and we've talked about this. It's easier for a Massey or a Marjorie Taylor Greene to go out on a limb. Not saying it doesn't, as we just saw with Massey, not to say there are no consequences to pay. But in the end, if you're essentially libertarian, you're not going after the systemic way the economy works to the benefit of wealthy donors. The Democrats have no rationale for their existence that will not piss off those donors other than identity politics. That is why they lean into it so heavily. It is the only way they have of distinguishing themselves as a party separate from the Republicans. And that's why the only choice you get in elections is trans in women's sports or no trans in women's sports, because that's the only grounds on which donors will allow a debate, because they don't care. It doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect their money, right? So that's why you got a guy like Van Jones would never occur to them to say, well, he's addressing economic problems that are going unaddressed in our system. They can't talk about that. They can't, because their donors will pull out. They'll get calls. We know this has happened. They'll get calls. What the hell is going on? Why did you say that in that interview? Right? They won't say shit. They want to keep everyone fighting on these grounds. But Trump coming back, it finally broke something in enough lib brains that I don't think, at least for the time being, it's going to work anymore. One final thing I will say with the New York Times. Yeah, the New York Times, like the Washington Post, is a national newspaper, but it still has a hometown audience here in New York City that's particular to New York City. I swear to God, I saw more people talking about how Billy Joel didn't get on the list for best songwriters and getting angry at the Times for that than endorsing Andrew fucking Cuomo, the serial pervert.
Yeah, it is quite a reflection on the New York Times, one of many, as you just said.
And the people who read it.
Yeah, and the people who read it. But you know what I would say to this also is just one final note on the New York Times. They're basically, because the primary is essentially over, Janet Mills has dropped out of the race. They're essentially endorsing Susan Collins right now. They are tacitly endorsing Susan Collins. They even ran a puff piece about she just cast her 10,000th vote in the Senate, which, and you have to understand what that means. Okay, Maine is not like Texas this year, where if you're a Democrat, yeah, you'd like to have it, but you don't need it. Like, you can win the Senate without Texas. You can't win the Senate without Maine. You need Maine in order to put those four wins on the board. So what the New York Times is basically saying right now, they don't have the balls to come out and say this outright, but implicit through their coverage, is that you should just let the Republicans keep the Senate because Graham Platner was a toxic boyfriend. I mean, it is just amazing. Just fucking amazing. Just how fucking shameful are they? And how little did they think of their readership? Just amazing. All right. Well, anyway, that's that, as they say in the business. All right, want to take some chats?
I think you were entitled.
Yeah, there we go. Hope you enjoyed that one.
I enjoyed it. I thought it moved well.
Thanks.
Had a beat. You could dance to it.
Had a beat. Yeah.
Yo, shush. We need McCarthy-like hearing for Zionists in our government. We spent decades trying to get communist socialists out of government, and the Zionists snuck in the back door.
Right.
Yeah, well, they like the back door. Larry Coldwater, 1964. P.S. It wouldn't let me say IDF. Oh, yeah? Well, you just said it.
Just said it.
Otanot. Thank you. Just called and left message with Representative Paul Ryan, New York.
No, it's Pat
Thank you.
Ryan. That's
Oh,
you
Pat
live,
Ryan.
You
Pat Ryan.
live in my old district. That's where I grew up. My father lives in Pat Ryan's district, Hudson Valley.
CB Punk. Of course, the 224 vote was voice only. These scumbags don't want to be on the record for their betrayal. This crap has been going on since Inslaw/Promise backdoor. Now they want it codified because Zionists unmasked. You know more than we do. Hey, you should do the show.
Yeah.
Alex DeSalib. Jonathan Pollard looks like Ron Jeremy just joined. Someone mentioned that yet? At least his face does. He does look a little like the Hedgehog. They used to call him the Hedgehog in the business. Vienticus Prime, just in case you were wondering, that book took me 4 years to write. I finished it in 2014, and I recently revised it, as you can see on the cover. Well, your father wrote the Anarchist Cookbook, right? There's the sequel to the Anarchist Cookbook. Race Car K. All right, you want to know what different times I came up in? You used to be able to get the Anarchist Cookbook at like any of the like alternative independent bookstores. Like Shakespeare and Company used to sell the Anarchist books cookbook. Now you can't get that.
Yeah.
Anywhere. From what I understand, a lot of its recipes are wrong anyway. Race car. In the Matrix movie, when the Oracle gave Neo a cookie, it contained computer code to alter Neo. She gave him a web browser cookie, not a chocolate chip cookie. Yes. You know, since you brought it up, I'm just going to say, because I put on dumb stuff to help me go to sleep. So I've been watching the John Wick movies. Now, the first one was good for what it was, right? But the series gets increasingly, like, ridiculous, like a video game. Like, for one thing, you cast Keanu Reeves as this Baba Yaga. I mean, he's Keanu Reeves. Like, you can't imagine him, like, inspiring terror in anybody.
Right.
And then, while, okay, he's been doing action for most of his career, he doesn't make a fool of himself, but he's not like a martial artist or anything. So when you watch him in these improbable fight scenes, you kind of like, it kind of seems like the guy he's fighting would kill him in about 3 seconds.
Right.
You know, like, why is he so formidable? Like, these Asian guys, man, look like they just cut this motherfucker up in a second. Why does he win all these fights? It doesn't make any sense. It's like there's no tension as it goes on because, like, the fights are so ridiculous. And he physically can't really sell the idea that this guy would beat all these people. So, yeah. The world building is very good, though. That's really what sold that. All right. Jolly Man Big Boy. Miriam owns the Dallas Mavericks. She leveraged the stars out of the current arena and may do a post-mortem draft of renowned Zionist Will Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone would hire a voodoo to raise someone from the dead to be their basketball slave, it would be Miriam. Andy Gardner, Israeli UFOs made me laugh too hard in public. Night of Right of Resistance. The soldiers that tap the girls in Iran will become your senators and governors, and you will gladly vote for them as the lesser of two evils. Not us. I hope you don't mean us in particular. I hope that's a poetic you. Vienticus Prime, by the way, great job on the read,
Keaton. Thank you. Thank
Another
you.
Satisfied customer.
Another satisfied customer.
Comrade Cranky, is it antiseptic to hate on the Chosenites? I don't know. Guy asked me, honest question, Mr. Dobular. When the worldwide purge of Jews happens, what should we do with the likes of you and Dave Smith and Max Blumenthal? Should we make exceptions? I told him we're going to start a boy band called Four Non-Goys.
Yeah, there you go. Good one.
Steve Polychronopoulos. Half of us are 1099 subs. Just don't file. Fuck them. Free shit. You may have a problem with the word grape. I have a problem when the word is and real come together. Yeah. Hey, man, we don't have a problem. It's YouTube that has a problem.
That's right.
T. Walker, Uncle Tom Van Jones. Yep. Yes, sir. Kinky, friends and DD. I'll be getting married in Las Vegas by Elvis on June 11th, leaving tomorrow, back for the June 18th live stream.
Oh, wow.
Be nice to each other. Encourage. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I'm going to give you a prayer bell.
Prayer bell for Kinky. That's great.
Seems appropriate.
Congratulations. Thank you, Kinky. And yes, congrats. Safe travels. All right, do this last one.
Dmitry Mugianis. As bad boyfriend and someone who got a Hindu symbol tattooed on my forehead one drunken night with boys, I had no idea. I sent him $5.
There you go.
Yeah, that's. Did you have it removed?
Ha.
All right.
All right. We'll get started in 1 second. Just for now, a quick word from Rumble Wallet. So, quick question, everyone. How much control do you have over your money right now? Technology has changed the way the economy works, the way you keep your money and spend your money. And Rumble is joining the new economy with Rumble Wallet, which you could sign up for by scanning the QR code on the screen right now. We're going to wallet.rumble.com. It takes all the complexity of the new economy and makes it simple. You choose what you want: Bitcoin, dollar-backed stable coins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. There's no complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, debit card, or bank and be up and running in minutes. Once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like us directly. And when you support us through Rumble Wallet, meaning send us your Rumble rants through the platform takes zero fee. So it's a great way to support the creator economy here on Rumble. So get started now. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description and download the Rumble Wallet. From there, you can get set up on the wallet, tap buy, and you are in the game. So scan that QR code right now or go to wallet.rumble.com. Okay. Why don't we move right on along here?
Okay, this one I can't tell you what the internal working title for this was. You'll have to come over to the Rumble side and I'll tell you. But here is praying mantis Lizzy Savetsky with Elon Gold. There's another Elon. This is an actual Jew Elon who just think the subject of dog grape is hilarious red carpet banter. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that.
Festival, which is a very prestigious fall.
Really big deal.
It's a really big deal, and for a film made in Israel, that's pretty damn cool. I was only raped by 2 Israeli dogs.
I thought they only rape Palestinians.
No, I got also a dog.
Hilarious. Hilarious. These are the jokes, people. These are the jokes. This is at the Tribeca Film Festival. And yeah, man, you know, there's good stuff.
Festival, which is a very prestigious fall.
Really big deal.
It's a really big deal, and for a film made in Israel, that's pretty damn cool. I was only raped by 2 Israeli dogs.
I thought they only rape Palestinians.
No, I got also a dog.
Remember, always punch up. The rule of comedy.
We're here every Tuesday. Try the chicken salad.
Yeah.
So this from Variety. The Tribeca Festival has condemned the jokes made on the red carpet of the wedding entertainer, the tale of Moishe Batten. So let's see what they're saying. Yeah, that sounds like a banger right there.
Sounds like a banger. Yeah, imagine Graham Platner taking his date to say, "Oh, got a 2 for the tale of Moishe Batten."
I want to support Israeli film.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's their statement.
Get out of
With
the car. We're
Press
going
News.
to see the tale of Moishe Batten.
Yeah, I think Suppressed News made a point of capitalizing. Tribeca Film Festival rejected the comments by comedian Elon Gold and pro-Israel influencer Lizzy Savetsky. Yeah, that's quite strong there. The Tribeca Festival is aware of the concerns raised regarding a clip circulating on social media and unequivocally condemns the offensive and unacceptable remarks made by Elon Gold and Lizzy Savetsky at the premiere of The Wedding Entertainer, The Tale of Moishe Batten. I'll never get old.
The tale of Moishe Batten.
Sexual violence and human suffering. That was supposed to be Paul McCartney's sequel to Rocky Raccoon, but they never recorded it.
Yeah.
The Tale of Moishe Batten. It was supposed to be the Beatles broke up and they never recorded it. Sexual violence and human suffering should never be mocked or minimized. Oh, you don't say. The comments do not reflect the Tribeca Festival's values, and we regret the hurt and offense they have caused. We have not been able to reach the filmmakers. Okay. All right, a little more from Variety. The festival, a spokesperson for the film did not immediately respond to a request to comment for this article. Gold stars, well, why not? In The Wedding Entertainer, The Tale of Moishe Batten. It's the story of a down-on-his-luck Hasidic Jewish comedian who must secure one last gig to raise the $20,000 required to marry his daughter. Giddy Dar directed and co-wrote the film. Savetsky does not appear in The Wedding Entertainer and was not credentialed by the Tribeca Festival, according to a source with knowledge of the situation.
So what, she was sneak in?
No, she was invited. She was invited to be the red carpet representative for the film.
Wow.
The film actually hired her to do this.
That's fucking
to
insane.
do the red carpet.
That is fucking insane. How could you be? I mean, I guess if you're in a cult, you don't understand how stupid that is.
Right. You don't understand how that looks to people, that you would get one of the sickest, deranged Zionists, one of the most loathed people on social media to do it. I mean, I guess they figured anyone who really hates her isn't going to see this movie anyway. And the people who are going to see this movie probably like her. I guess that's the logic.
I feel like if we got into film festivals and we sent Michael Tracy out as our red carpet host there, as our Ryan Seacrest, you know.
All right, this is the Zionists. This is what they're doing with their $750 million. Because if you notice any anti-Zionist post, if you go into the comments, it won't take long. You'll find what the Zionist party line is on it, and you'll have a bot army that just repeats variations on that theme. What about all the Muslim countries, right? And then you'll see that again and again and again and again. So this is their line on this. I find it very strange that neither Variety nor Tribeca noted that the exchange was the fake accusation of dog rape, which is patently ridiculous and didn't happen. The sad part of the joke is that people are stupid enough to believe such nonsense. Now, Caitlin Johnston here, not responding directly to this, but to the general idea. There is vastly more evidence for the IDF raping Palestinians with dogs than there is for Hamas raping women on October 7th. It's a real thing that does happen. They just happen to think it's hilarious. Yeah. Case in point, June 2025, Kahanis settler soldier Elkanah Fetterman, quote, my dog took care of some nukbas in how do you even say that? Sada Timon. This is their torture dungeon there. This sadistic psychopath comes from an infamous family of Kahanist terrorists. He was the head of security at the Nova Festival on October 7th and has been repeatedly featured on Channel 14. All right, so Israeli society doesn't know anything about this. It's pretty funny because the interviewer tells him to be quiet before he reveals too much. Let's take a look. Hang on. Motherfuckers always talk too fast. They know if they talk slow, you're going to pick up on what they're saying and you'll drive them out of the village. Okay. You showed up with a weapon. You showed up with a dog. Who is this dog? This dog is Django. He's with me on every military activity, with me in the reserves. It was in Gaza, a hilltop dog. That's what my mom calls me, by the way, Django. Yeah. Took care of some nukbas in Sdi Timon. Did a lot. Don't say things that there is a video already. So long story short. Okay. So what's he doing to the prisoners with the dogs? He's bragging about it. And the interviewer said, well, we don't want to admit that on TV. There's already a tape clearly referring to the tape of a Palestinian prisoner being raped, for which the Israelis rioted when they were detained, and ultimately they were released without any charges. So yeah, that's a lot more evidence that they do this than I've ever seen for these claims about October 7th, as Caitlin Johnston points out. Mitch McKeehearn. Hey, Netflix. Is Netflix cool with giving specials to comedians like Elon Gold, who condone rape, torture, and murder? So I had to look into this. Okay, so in Netflix's defense, is 2014. They did not produce it. I looked into it. They were not the producers. They did have it on there at one point. It is not on there anymore. You can rent this special, though. It's called Chosen and Taken. It's on Amazon Prime and Apple TV. The 1-hour special features his sharp, rapid-fire humor, exploring his Jewish heritage, relationships, and the everyday absurdities of life. Wow, I'm sure it's quite a banger there. Fuck Israel. Strongly worded letter for Zionists, but yeah, Francesca Albanese literally has no access to any money. Yeah. Can you imagine if Palestinians went up on a stage and made like jokes about rape on October 7th? Can you imagine? That would be the end. That would be the end. They'd never work again. That would be front page news. It would be front page news in the New York Times. How many think pieces would there be about Palestinian extremism and the normalization of anti-Semitism in the arts and in academic life? Oh my God. You can only find this story in Variety, at least at the time I was doing research for this. And that's only because they cover entertainment. They kind of had to do a story about it. No mainstream, no newspaper that I could find reported on this. No cable news, nothing. Ewan Higgins, who just had the case brought by grifting hypocrite Matt Taibbi, former free speech champion, until he decided to sue a journalist for journalism he didn't like. That was recently dismissed by a judge. Just to be clear, if this was the other way around, a Palestinian filmmaker mocking the sexual assault of Israelis, they would be banned from the festival for life. Absolutely. You notice they don't say that in their statement, that they're banned, right? And here's another point. So here's Spike Lee with Whoopi Goldberg attending the Tribeca Film Festival. He's a co-writer on an animated short there. If you remember, Lizzy Savetsky, if she were not a Zionist, if she were a Palestinian, she'd be in prison for the stunt she pulled at Spike Lee's house. Let's take a look at that.
All right, guys, so Spike Lee wore quite an outfit last night at the All-Star game. And, you know, he happens to be my neighbor, so I thought I would pop by his house and leave him a present. I'm Israel Pie, Spike Lee. I'm Israel Pie.
All right, so a lot of people say, why do these Zionists act with such impunity? Because they have fucking impunity. She broke federal law on camera. That video is still up. Federal stalking under U.S. Code 2261A. It is a federal crime to use the mail or other forms of interstate commerce to harass, stalk, or place a person in reasonable fear of death or serious bodily injury. Penalties for these federal offenses can result in heavy fines and significant prison time. She broke federal law on camera, made a video of it. Very funny video. She's not arrested, right? Can you imagine if someone put a Palestinian flag in Lizzy Savetsky's mailbox?
Yeah, they would consider it a threat. They would say that's a threat. Yeah.
You'd be arrested.
But here, they don't consider it a threat because she is who she is, and it's an Israeli flag. But if it were the other way around, they would definitely say that's a threat.
Absolutely. And again, articles forever.
Yeah.
About how they intimidated a Zionist influencer. So here's Bobby De Niro, who likes to talk a lot about Trump and, fuck Trump and all that. And he kicks off this is his film festival for whoever doesn't know. After 9/11, De Niro started the Tribeca Film Festival to bring people back to downtown. Tribeca kicks off with Earth, Wind, and Fire documentary, and Robert De Niro dissing Trump as immoral, cruel, and corrupt. Well, you know who he doesn't think is immoral, cruel, and corrupt? Israel. Tough guy De Niro likes tough Israel. This is from 2013. American actor Robert De Niro praised Israeli aggressiveness during a talk at the president's conference in Jerusalem on Wednesday. Quote, I always enjoy coming to Israel. Israelis are warm. They're energetic people, forthright, very smart. I always like smart people. They're nice people, aggressive, and I respect that aggressiveness because you need it in their situation, he said. Earlier in the day, De Niro visited the Western Wall with his son Julian, 17, putting a note in the Jewish holy site. He also visited the Western Wall tunnels. Damn. He didn't just fuck that wall. He went down to the tunnels. He's not just a wall fucker. He's a tunnel rat. Look at this guy. So he went as part of Shimon Peres's 90th birthday celebration. Who was Shimon Peres? Well, he was like pretty much any Israeli leader you're going to find. He was a fucking war criminal. Kind of comes with the job. Shimon Peres was the father of Israel's illegal nuclear weapons program, and he offered to sell nuclear technology to apartheid South Africa. Birds of a feather, huh? Between 1974 and 77, Peres was defense minister when his government continued the building of illegal Israeli settlements on occupied Palestinian lands. He remained a lifelong opponent of even the mildest of sanctions on these colonies, which are classified as war crimes under the Geneva Conventions. In 1996, he ordered an attack on Lebanon in which Israeli forces killed over 160 civilians, including at the infamous massacre at Qana. Of this, Peres was quoted as saying that, quote, everything was done according to clear logic and in a responsible way. I am at peace. So De Niro didn't have any problem sitting down and celebrating this war criminal's 90th birthday, but he really likes to virtue signal his objection to Donald Trump. It's not to say Donald Trump's not objectionable, but Robert De Niro and frankly, most of the people in Hollywood are the last people who are in a moral position to talk about it, given that almost all of them are either Zionists or too cowardly to speak out against Zionism. 2016, De Niro and Schwarzenegger go to a fundraiser for the IDF. There's De Niro with an IDF soldier. So don't hold your breath for any consequences for these two, given that De Niro is the head of the festival. And this is all happening at the same time that, as Glenn Greenwald points out, a tenured professor of art therapy was suspended by her university and placed under formal investigation for the crime of using a Palestinian in a hypothetical example for uses of art therapy. This is not 10th grade, it's a college for adult students. And of course, UK doctor who bragged about not killing enough Palestinian babies, still licensed. So you're not going to get any kind of justice because you have two different standards applied. If any, now you wouldn't have to be Palestinian. If any pro-Palestine activist, any Irish pro-Palestine person said any shit like that, it would not only be the end of their career, it would be a media firestorm for about a week.
Oh,
yeah. It would be a week of endless hand-wringing pieces about anti-Semitism in the arts. This, they won't even report on it. Again, go Google it. Go try to find reporting on this. You can't. Variety. That's it. Nobody, Reddit, X. You cannot find any reporting on this. And this is part of what is creating an anti-Semitic backlash. Like there is, sure. Because what do you expect people to make of this obvious veil of protection that exists only around Jewish Zionists? Of course, this is going to build tremendous resentment against Jews, especially when they insist that Judaism and Zionism are one and the same. And the media very actively erases groups like Jewish Voice for Peace out of the conversation as being very inconvenient. We know these groups exist, but the media does not present that part of the story at all. So what are people to make of this? People aren't stupid. They see that they can get away with things that nobody else can get away with. The easiest way to create resentment in a population is to have two tiers of standards for different groups of people. This is why the oligarchs spend as much time as they do relentlessly brainwashing people, because the natural drift is to try to overthrow them. They have to constantly propagandize you not to go after them, and that's what they're trying to do with Zionists. They constantly hit you with propaganda, but in the end, you can't fool people forever that way. It's that narrative is breaking down around protection of the oligarchs, and that narrative is breaking down around protection of the Zionists. And not coincidentally, there's a lot of overlap in those two categories.
Yeah, it is pretty stunning to see, her just make that joke on the red carpet. Not anticipating any sort of consequence beyond, a tweet that says, we don't appreciate that joke. Is the film disqualified from competition?
Right.
Are they banned from the festival? Is she allowed back onto in the festival? Because the way these film festivals work is you have like a premiere screening, right, where you have the red carpet event, which is what they were at.
Yeah.
But these films don't generally play just once at the festival. They
Oh
play,
no, it's still scheduled.
half a dozen
it's
times.
Still scheduled.
So why don't they kick the film out?
Right.
Like if that were a Palestinian,
Right. They hired her.
Just imagine if the shoe were on the other foot. If this were a Palestinian film, if this were no other land that was there, and their red carpet guy, their Ryan Seacrest guy made a joke like that, they would ban the film from the festival. They'd cancel all the subsequent screenings and say you're out.
Absolutely.
You're out.
Absolutely. No question.
Yeah, no question about it.
But we just saw De Niro's a wall fucker. He's not going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, and no doubt that's probably a part of it, but it's a lot bigger than that too. I mean, it's just it's a systemic thing, especially in show business and especially in New York City. And this is why, I know people get annoyed when we romance Zoran, but this is why it's just amazing that a guy like that won in this city, because this is what you're dealing with in New York. That's the point. The point is, like, it just shows you how stacked the odds were against the guy like Mamdani. Like, this is what you have to deal with. This is the ethos of the city in a lot of ways. Yeah.
That is definitely part of you lived in the city. I'm from the city. It's definitely part of the perspective we bring on Mamdani. I think if you've never been here and you've never lived here, it's very easy to miss what a freaking man bites dog story that is.
Yeah, what a miracle that was. That actually happened. Yeah, of course. All right. We'll take some more chats and some rants over here. Thanks everybody very much for being here. Oh, Jake, can we throw the scroll up on the screen, please? Thank you very much. Hey, if you want to help us do what we do here, best way to do it is to become a member. DoDissidents.com/Patreon//Substack or /locals. Membership starts at just $5 a month. And one of the perks you get is your name up in lights here on the show scroll. One of the perks you get is call-in access to our weekly Q&As, which happen every Sunday night over on Rumble. Tonight is Sunday, so we will be switching over to Rumble for our Q&A after the show this evening. You also get film clubs once a month, post games once a month. Both of those come with call-in Q&A. So we try to do as much extra as we can for the members to make it as worthwhile as we can for you guys. So membership is $5 a month. DoDissidents.com/Patreon, Substack, or Locals. All right. Mary Beth, thanks for the $20. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for this great piece on Platner. Well, thank you, Mary Beth. Appreciate that. Glad you enjoyed it. Let's go over here. Right of Resistance, thanks for the $5. You wouldn't vote for an IDF soldier. Why making exception for American soldiers? Every excuse for them can be applied for Israelis. Look, I understand that
if an IDF soldier came out and started speaking out against Gaza, I would vote for them.
Right. Speaking out against Israel.
Yeah, speaking out against what Israel did in Gaza.
Yeah, like if you were a former IDF soldier who repented. I mean, look, you can have that. Again, this just strikes me as a very online position. Like, trust me, I understand the impulse to feel a certain frustration or even anger at people who put themselves in positions to commit those acts. Yeah, like, given the position of America and the empire, is it like a morally dubious act to join the military? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is, knowing what I know and feeling what I feel. That's not the experience of the average person, man. You know, people in the military go in not just out of economic need, but out of a sense of tradition, out of a sense that they see military people being celebrated. They think that's the honorable thing to do. Like that, you know, if the streets are lined with pictures of veterans, you think, well, these are the heroes in the society. I want to be one. Like, you want to be frustrated that people don't see the world the way you see it? Well, take a fucking number, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's true. Like, not everybody sees things your way, and you have to have, in my opinion, I mean, you do you. It's up to you. In my opinion, you have to have some tolerance and show some grace to people who change. Kit Cabello was a Marine. Now he's doing an anti-war show. Like, people have experiences that change who they are and the way they feel about things. I don't think it is fair or useful to hold something like this against someone for life in ways that you write them off as irredeemable. I just don't think that is fair, and I know for a fact that's not productive. Like, you're not going to do as much good in the amount of time you have to get some good done before we all fucking melt. If you are pushing disillusioned veterans out of your anti-war coalition.
Of course.
At that point, you're just raging online, and nothing is going to change. I guarantee you that.
And this is where, you know, we kind of went on a rant, I don't know, a week or two ago about how, in the end, moving everything online has been a net loss to society. I don't think you heard as much of this shit when people organized face-to-face because they actually met the people they're talking about. I think it's very easy in this space, especially because the algorithm encourages conflict, to have these very virtue signaling hot takes that they're not aimed at accomplishing anything. You know, power, whatever it's aimed at, is ruthless. If you really want power, your priority is how you get it, right? Like if you actually want to achieve these goals, you say, oh, we have 100 veterans who want to march with us. Great. Right? You think Mao would have turned around and been like, nah, we don't want the veterans, because he had a goal. He worked with the Kuomintang, who fucking tortured the communists to beat the Japanese, right? That's what you do if you actually are trying to accomplish something. If you're actually trying to win. If you're just it's a problem, man. It's a real problem that so much of the conversation goes on here, because it just takes people down these black holes and blind alleys that just have no fucking real world application at all.
Yeah, it's
a
black hole.
Just pure online shit.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's a blind alley. Okay, you don't like that he was a veteran, so you don't. So what? So it doesn't matter then that the Zionists are out to destroy him? Like, are we supposed to just let the Zionists destroy a guy because we don't like him?
Explain to me what the end game of that.
Well, like what happens in that scenario?
Explain it to me.
You just let them have that W?
Right.
What good comes of that? I don't understand.
Where does this go?
Yeah, where does that go?
Explain it to me.
Where does that go?
What are you gonna accomplish?
Right.
Like how?
Right. There's no
answer.
Me
like I'm a 5-year-old. Lay it out.
Yeah, there's no answer.
We're all gonna get really mad online, and then Israel's gonna stop murdering Palestinians.
Right. Or they're gonna run, guys like Platner and Massey out of town. That's why I think like the Massey example is a perfect example to raise there, because it's and the other thing is like, and look, I'm not saying it to you, I don't know you personally, but there doesn't seem to be anywhere near this kind of pushback when we go to bat for someone like Thomas Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like it's a given that we should go to bat for them, but someone who's like on the left,
that's the funny thing.
Who's saying like here, that's where you run into this conversation.
Yep.
Right.
Well,
someone like Massey, who did not think that the big beautiful bill gutted enough of the social safety net, that guy we can give the benefit of the doubt to all day, every day. And like I said, I supported him because of what I'm talking about now. But a guy like Graham Platner, what? We can't. I mean, to me, it just, again, there's no end game. There is no end game. There's no direction. All right. Cool Blue says, Zohran Mamdani, Graham Platner, who's next? My guess, Michigan U.S. Senator Abdul El Sayed, primary August 4th. Yeah. We will see what they come out with him. But in this case, it's almost worse than that in a way, Cool Blue, because this primary is over. He has no competition. So you're just tearing him down in service of Susan Collins. Like, it's not even like, oh, this is a last minute attempt to throw the primary a certain way. Like, this is, the New York Times is basically saying, fuck the Senate. Let Donald Trump seat 2 more Supreme Court justices because Graham Platner sharpened an axe while he watched TV. I mean, it's just absolutely fucking ridiculous. Vienticus Prime, I'm waiting for Weekend at Wilt's personally. Good one. All right. Vienticus, I like how Russell's face gets completely covered for the Rumble Wallet reads. Just thought I'd point that out. He's probably making faces at us underneath. All right. Thanks, Vientikis. A Jew, Elon, so Hebron. Huh? Good one. EO Shush, IDF recruiter. Qualifications, any Israeli, grape, murder, arson, and grape. IDF recruiter. You said grape twice. Israeli, I like. Thank you for that. All right. Let's move right on along here. All right. So, hey, I'm on the smear beat, I guess, tonight. I'm on the liberal media smear beat, and I guess we can include Jacobin magazine as part of the liberal media now because we're going to get to this piece they wrote about Chris Smalls. So, Chris Smalls has a book coming out right now called When the Revolution Comes, A Fight for the Future of the Working Class. You can buy it straight from the publisher, of course, not through Amazon, because that would just be too ironic. So there it is through Penguin Random House. He's got his book out, and Jacobin magazine published what I guess is a review of this book. Chris Smalls shot to prominence for playing a key role in the shock union win at a New York Amazon warehouse. He was charismatic and energetic at a time when labor needed both. But in the years since, his own ego has overwhelmed his political contributions. The meteoric rise and narcissistic fall of Chris Smalls. Now, you can look at the ratio on the article, 239 likes to 475 comments. The author actually shut down her Twitter account for a while after writing it. I believe it's opened up now. But her post got ratioed even harder, which has been deleted, and now her account is back unlocked again, I guess. But Nick Cruz says, imagine writing an article so horrible that you have to lock your account down afterwards. Yeah, not good. Believe me, not good. So yes, this is a book review of When the Revolution Comes, A Fight for the Future of the Working Class. Christian Small's memoir, When the Revolution Comes, A Fight for the Future of the Working Class, comes out at an odd time in the career of the former Amazon Labor Union president. The book, ghostwritten by author Carvel Wallace, was sold to Pantheon in 2022, shortly after the historic National Labor Relations Board election victory for the Amazon Labor Union. Today, Smalls is unaffiliated with the union, which he exited in 2024 following a period of internal factionalism. Since leaving his post, Smalls has appeared on talk shows, given speeches, and heroically joined aid missions to Gaza and Cuba. Recently, he's been in the news again for breaking into the Met Gala to draw attention to Jeff Bezos' role as the event's sponsor. Presidents of union locals are rarely celebrities, but as the charismatic leader of the first union to win an NLRB election at an Amazon warehouse, Smalls was boosted to left-wing pseudo-stardom. I don't know why she called it pseudo-stardom. I don't get that phrase there.
Yeah, why?
It seems like a kind of a strange way to phrase that. I think she may have, it's like superstardom is basically what it is, or quasi-stardom. Pseudo-stardom implies there's something fake about it.
Well, I think that's the purpose.
Yeah. A former party promoter, Smalls was entirely in his element as the much sought-after spokesperson for the ALU. In the year that followed the election, Smalls was everywhere, on picket lines, speaking at the Labor Notes Conference, here in Jacobin, on The Daily Show, and being photographed with Zendaya at the Time 100 Gala. For a brief period, Smalls helped bring the labor movement into the mainstream. As someone who came from the working class and made organizing seem glamorous and thrilling, he seemed like the type of leader the labor movement had needed for decades. His flashy personal style, pairing gold grills and chains with union merchandise and political streetwear, transformed the ALU into something like a fashion brand. During Smalls' brief rise to prominence, however, it soon became apparent that all was not well within his union. After a new union wins its election, the race to contract bargaining begins. In strong unions, this involves what the labor strategist Jane McAlevey referred to as structure tests. These include surveying membership to determine what is desired in a contract, developing new leaders, and organizing escalating demonstrations up to and including a strike, all aimed at building supermajorities of workers who can bring management to the bargaining table, extract concessions, and build worker power. At the ALU, during this vital period after the union's initial win, Smalls was not in the warehouse poring over lists and preparing the Amazon workforce for battle against the boss. He was instead transforming into a celebrity and traveling the country, ostensibly, to help other Amazon warehouses unionize. Then LDJ5, the Amazon sorting center on Staten Island right beside JFK 8, lost its own NLRB election. This was soon followed by another loss at Albany Warehouse ALB 1. In the memoir, Smalls defends his actions during this period. He writes that he was not receiving a salary from the union and therefore had to accept speaking engagements to afford to live and feed his children. He writes that his appearance at celebrity photo shoots were to plant a seed and raise awareness, quote unquote, and get celebrities to tweet about the ALU. He writes that everywhere he went, workers told him their stories and asked him how they too could organize their workplaces. Organizing for me is a matter of talking to people wherever I go, Smalls writes. And the more places I go, the more people I can talk to. Creating a big platform to promote your union can help your campaign, and having a kind of generalized labor celebrity spreading a pro-union gospel to workers across the land is desperately needed. Okay, so what's your problem then? Here it is. But any labor strategist will tell you that broadcasting your message far and wide is never enough on its own. Without speaking to the workers at your worksite and engaging in deep organizing, your campaign will flounder. So she's basically saying he was more a grandstander than an organizer, and he became obsessed with celebrity and fell victim to his own ego. Of course, Amazon refused to bargain with them. So it's not really clear how much he could have accomplished on his own anyway without winning more job sites over. That's why he was going around trying to rally more job sites to unionize. This was in 2023. Amazon gets labor board complaint on failure to bargain with New York Union. Now, when the ALU joined with the Teamsters, this was recent. This was this year. This was in April. Amazon Teamsters become first union to win bargaining order against e-commerce giant. So it took a lot of organization to get them to even come to the table. I don't know how much you can lay at the feet of Chris Smalls, if anything, that he couldn't get a contract. They were famously refusing to even negotiate with them. And while Smalls uses his platform to draw labor organizing into the popular imagination, so here's the rub. He also uses it to lash out at labor's allies. His feed on X has increasingly become left sectarian and self-promoting, lashing out at left-wing politicians when they fail to give him the attention he desires. Politicians like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who helped boost Smalls' platform from the beginning and have been great allies of the ALU, have been frequent victims of his wrath. Victims of his wrath? So when you criticize a politician, they're called victims? Hey, where was AOC or Bernie Sanders when he was tortured by the IDF? Did any of them issue statements about how outrageous it was? Did they meet him at the airport when he got back? No. I discovered, meaning Levin here, the existence of his memoir when Smalls argued on X with YouTuber Jessica Burbank, who publicly thanked Ocasio-Cortez's office for helping locate Smalls after his arrest by the NYPD. Smalls angrily snapped back that the Congresswoman had nothing to do with his release, and later posted a long thread berating Democratic Socialist elected officials. Here, too, he shows an individualistic left sectarian tendency to make extraordinary demands of popular Democratic Socialist electeds while defaming them at every turn. Defaming them. The X algorithm ensures that this practice draws plenty of engagement. Yeah, no, Chris Smalls has a really, really viral account. That's what Elon does. Elon has rigged his algorithm in favor of union leaders who are pro-Palestine.
Yeah, I follow Chris Smalls. I can't tell you the last time one of his tweets was fed to me.
No, he's very, very suppressed, obviously. So yeah, you could imagine how this went over. Margaret Kimberly, the meteoric rise and narcissistic fall of Jacobin, a gatekeeping rag. Stephanie says, "What is wrong with you? He risked his job and then his life for causes he supports. while AOC was getting rich and helping bomb children. You are vilifying the wrong person. Yeah, AOC voted for the Iron Dome. Chris Smalls, don't forget, he was fired from his job. He didn't risk his job. He organized that union after being fired because people were getting sick. One worker actually died of COVID. This was in the very early days of the virus, where they had workers testing other workers who were sick to see if they had so you're the richest company on earth. You can't hire nurses to test people. You can't put in place like the bare minimum of like health protocols. You're just going to let workers test themselves. One person actually died who worked there. He protested that. They fired him. He spent a long time. We interviewed Chris Smalls like 2021. That was after he got fired. He was fired and just organizing against Amazon for a while before he started these union drives. So he actually did get fired from his job and organized this not working for them. Ugh, how are you not embarrassed, says our friend Professor Zenkis. The DSA progressive ego you should be reporting on doesn't belong to Chris Smalls, says Darcy. Yeah, good call on that one. So we've got a couple of friends of ours weighed in on this. First is Caleb Maupin from the Center for Political Innovation. So let's take a look.
Talk about what's going on right now and the way that Jacobin and all the woke AOC liberals are going after Chris Smalls right now, because it is bullshit, and I'll tell you why. They're all saying things like, oh, what has Chris Smalls ever done? He started a union campaign at Amazon, and he got famous for doing it, and they didn't actually get a union, so who does he think he is? What has he ever done? Well, you could say that about so many of the voices now. What did AOC ever do before she got elected to Congress? She was nobody. She just came out of nowhere, and they picked her, and suddenly she was the voice of progressive young people, and she was elected in Congress, and she was a superstar. I met AOC right before she won the primary, before she was even called AOC, and she was nobody. And you can say the same about a lot of these folks, you know? I mean, what did Hassan Piker ever do, right? He just happened to be related to Cenk Uygur, right? What did Vosh ever do? What did ContraPoints ever do, right? There is a lot of picking random people and making them famous internet voices that have an opinion. Here's what's different about Chris Smalls. All of those people that they made internet famous and made big voices, they had an arrangement with them that they got to be famous, and then once they became famous, they followed the script. They said vote for the Democrats, even though the Democrats are supporting Israel and its crimes, even though the Democrats have betrayed the working class. All of these people who they made this arrangement with, and Jacobin and Democratic Socialists of America and George Soros made famous, all of them followed the script. What's different is that Chris Smalls, he's one of these people that they made famous. They decided to make him famous, and he is now sticking up for the truth. He is refusing to follow their script, and he's calling out AOC for her support of Israel. He's calling out the Democrat Party for their wars, etc. He's one of these people that they tried to make famous for their own reasons, and he had the courage not to follow their rules. And that is why I absolutely admire him, and that is why the hate campaign against him by the very same people who made him famous is bullshit.
Yeah, he's right. He's
well
right.
done,
I mean,
Caleb.
The DSA are total star fuckers, and hey, you know, there's nothing wrong with being a star fucker as long as you stick to your principles, you know, past a certain point. In other words, as the article mentioned, hey, you know what? Making a celebrity of yourself, if you do that in service of spreading the word about union activism, then that's great. However, there's a catch with the DSA, which is you can't advocate outside the two-party system. You have to commit to this inside the Democratic Party strategy. And if you become too radicalized in your dissent against that dynamic, then you're no longer someone who's of use to us. And at that point, the celebrity that we helped you build, and Jacobin played, you know, a small part in that, but not an insignificant part in that. They definitely gassed him up at the time. Then at that point, that celebrity is no longer of use to us. So I think Caleb is spot on there. Let's also go to Blakely, who had some words about this article.
The most embarrassing article I've ever seen come out of Jacobin. In fact, it's so embarrassing that the person who wrote it turned their comments off. First of all, right out of the gate, let's address the insane anti-blackness of this article. What, you're calling him a narcissist because he had critiques of your favorite politicians? She spends an entire paragraph talking about his flashy style, including grill and union trim. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about when I say that it's anti-black, because what she's actually saying by criticizing his style is that he should look like this. Remember, comrade, no war but class war, unless you're a black guy with a grill who maybe used to work as a party promoter and then will demean you. She low-key throws shade at him for the fact that he used to rap and be a party promoter as a job, as if that's not the story of millions of working people across the country who are regularly gate-kept out of pursuing any kind of artistic endeavor because art is for rich people. She could have gone with that angle, but instead she used that to bolster her case that he's a narcissist. This is such a disgrace because Jacobin is supposed to be a socialist outlet, okay? But if you actually read the article, the real criticism that they have for him, the evidence that he's a narcissist, can really be summed up in these two parts. His feed on X has been increasingly self-promoting. And by self-promoting, they mean that he criticized their favorite politician. Politicians like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who helped boost Small's platform in the beginning and have been great allies to the ALU, have been frequent victims of his wrath. Yeah, why isn't this uppity black guy more grateful? That's literally what it's giving. He's individualistic, left sectarian tendency to make extraordinary demands. Are the extraordinary demands in the room with us now? While defaming them? No, you guys, this is so embarrassing. They say defaming because he criticized them. Incidentally, both AOC and Bernie Sanders said fucking nothing about him getting kidnapped by the Israeli regime when he put his life on the line to go bring aid to Gaza and got fucking beat by the IOF. If this article were coming from any outlet, it would already be so fucking embarrassing. But the fact that it's coming from a so-called leftist socialist outlet is even more embarrassing and cringe. Socialists or DSA, whatever, should know more so than anybody that you don't fucking worship politicians. That politicians are supposed to be in the service of the people, not the other way around. And him criticizing them, when he doesn't do so just to criticize them, they're always substantive criticisms. And you guys going after him and calling him narcissistic instead of going after the people in power is so fucking blue MAGA coded. Chris doesn't pretend to be perfect. He'll be the first one to tell you that he has made mistakes. Who the fuck doesn't, okay? He literally got like thrusted into the spotlight trying to...
Who doesn't? Sorry to cut you off, Blakely, but to answer your question, who doesn't are rich kids who write for Jacobin who don't have to live with consequences for any mistakes that they make. Because they are never at risk.
She's not going to be fired for costing them God knows how many subscribers for this article.
Right. And if
how much money do you think she cost them with this article?
Yeah. And if she does get fired, my guess is, I don't know her personally, but as I'll get into in a minute, it won't matter too much. I don't think any Jacobin writer needs that job to get the rent paid. That's the impression I get as someone who's interviewed a handful of Jacobin writers back when we had the audio show back in the Bernie days, the simpler times. And not to be an asshole, they were all, I haven't met this person. They were all perfectly pleasant. Like, I don't have a bad thing to say about them, but you get the sense that they are of the PMC, right? Yep. And that they do this because they like it, not because they need to do it, right?
Organize a union, which he did successfully with the ALU, against the largest behemoth in the fucking world. And you guys are getting all over his ass being like, yeah, well, actually, he didn't do this perfectly and he didn't do that perfectly. Something you absolutely would not have done had he been white. Or hell, maybe if he had even been Latinx, like you guys like to say about AOC, you might not have treated him this way. It's embarrassing that you have more smoke for a labor leader who at the end of the day is still a regular person than you do for the people who voted to break the railroad strike. Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. Very, very well said. Our friend Shama Sawant wrote a very long piece about this. I'll read a little bit of it. Jacobin Magazine, the principal mouthpiece of the leadership of the Democratic Socialists of America, today released a hit piece on Amazon labor leader Chris Smalls. It could be legit if Jacobin had an honest critique of Smalls to clarify what class struggle unionist leaders should be doing, but the article is not that at all. It's a hatchet job against the leading labor activists who had refused to toe the line of the DSA and the business unionist labor leaders who give cover to the so-called progressive Democrats and to the Democratic Party as a whole, despite shocking betrayals by them against working people. The crux of the real reason why Jacobin went after Smalls is contained in this sentence. Small blames the two-party system for the state of the American labor movement. Smalls is spot on about this and the need to break from the Democratic and Republican parties. We need a new party of the working class. The DSA leadership, on the other hand, sees giving cover to the Democratic Party as job number one. The Democratic Party is the party under whom the genocide in Gaza began and which engineered the breaking of the railroad workers' strike, both under President Joe Biden. All Democrats in the House, including DSA star AOC, voted to break the strike. The Democratic Party is one of the two most powerful capitalist parties in the world and in no way represents working people or the oppressed. Danny Haifong says this hit piece by Jacobin uses organizing rhetoric as a cover for an obvious smear of Chris Smalls. This has nothing to do with labor organizing for them. It's clear in what really bothers Jacobin about Smalls is that he doesn't suck up to imperialist pig Democrats they call progressive, and that he stands with Cuba and Palestine as an anti-imperialist. This marks a new low for an already discredited publication. And hey, the serfs, hardly radicals, they actually had the shortest but perhaps sweetest and seemingly the most viral response, although Shama did get over 100K on her tweet too, which was excellent. He was tortured in an Israeli prison. Yeah, to me, the conversation kind of begins and ends there. Like, I'm sorry, who the fuck are you to be casting aspersions on Chris Smalls, calling him a narcissist? Look, even if the guy is a narcissist, even if everything you say about him is true, he was tortured in an Israeli prison, which means even if you are correct in all of these critiques about his personality, what you can't say about Chris Smalls is that he's all talk, no action, right? Or is that he's all sizzle, no steak. You can't call the guy a grandstander when he's getting tortured in Israeli jails. That, to me, is kind of the end of that whole conversation. Now, another conversation that I hinted at here, and again, I'm not trying to be mean to this woman, but Annie Levin, this is her website, is a New York City-based arts reporter, essayist, and cultural critic, and fiction writer. Her writing has appeared in The Nation, Observer, and Jacobin, among other publications. She writes on the arts, culture, labor, politics, and everything in between.
Badly.
And everything in between. Really. So here's a list of recent written works in various publications. Okay? Satan Keeps the Beat. Review of Gounod's Faust from Heartbeat Opera. Bye Bye Birdie. Review of Aaron Siegel's new opera, Rainbird, at Mabou Mines. Seville Servants. Review of The Marriage of Figaro at the Metropolitan Opera. On down the list. Opera is for everyone. Opera. Now look, Russell and I are both.
Well, she's, I mean, clearly someone with her pulse, her finger on the pulse of the working class.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say here, okay? Now, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Russ and I both did theater in our day. I'm a great admirer of the arts. But as someone who kind of has... Yeah, yeah, right, exactly. But, you know, the difference between someone like me and someone like Annie Levin is... I have the humility to understand that I probably don't know what the fuck it takes to organize an Amazon warehouse either. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if this is your background, I'm sorry, but like, what the fuck do you know about what he should have done differently?
Right. And why is Jacobin even publishing her?
You're a cultural critic. You review and like, there's nothing wrong. Like, look, there's nothing wrong with it. I started a music channel. Russ and I both came from theater. Like, you be who you are. That's fine. I mean, but I'm saying, like, have a little bit of fucking humility. This guy organized a union against the richest company in the world, against all odds. If you watch the documentary, it's called Union, that they made about him. I mean, the gargantuan, months-long setback after setback, David versus Goliath battle just to get that union ratified. And then to go around the country and try and organize other warehouses. And yes, you have failures, you have setbacks. The journey to get this union was one of failure after failure and setback after setback until you finally won. To be going to fucking Gaza and getting tortured by the most depraved gang on the planet, the IDF, you're gonna, with your resume of opera reviews, judge him as a narcissist and a star fucker and basically a charlatan, which is more or less what you called him in this piece. That takes quite the ego. That really takes quite the ego. It seems like you've got the bigger ego than he does in a certain sense. Like, if this were my resume, and again, nothing wrong with having this resume. If that's who you are, do your thing. That's fine. I'm not trying to pile on here. But have a little bit of humility about a guy like Chris Smalls, who not only has receipts, but I'm sure has permanent physical scars on his body for what he has given to working and oppressed people around the world.
Yeah, well, I'll pile on. Yeah, I know this kind of asshole very well. This is the reality. If you have the kind of deep knowledge of opera required to be writing these kinds of articles, you probably didn't come from the rough side of town. And this is the funny thing about these kinds of so-called radicals. They hate poor people. They are not comfortable with poor people. Right. And what comes out in that article is that very often means they don't like black people who are not of a certain class. They're very happy to validate themselves standing next to Obama, Michelle kind of black people who are of a more elevated class. They like that. That validates them. They do not like black people who are from the working class. They make them deeply uncomfortable and they avoid them whenever possible. This is why when you go to theater art programs that promote diversity, what that diversity means is they find black people who grew up in Scarsdale. That's what that means.
Of course.
They do not grab them from Avenue C. And there are a lot who could benefit from those kinds of programs living over in the projects. They will not fuck with that. They are not comfortable with people from that background, and they actively avoid them. And when you sit down and write an article like this, she's not thinking of it as racist, but Blakely rightly points out these people are deeply hostile towards black people from that background. It drips throughout that article.
I think they're hostile toward. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, they're hostile towards working people in general. The funny hypocrisy is these are the people who are going to put the Black Lives Matter square in their fucking profile. But when their inner feelings about it come out, they don't like black people. They are not actually comfortable with black people. They're not comfortable with people who are not from their elevated class. And this is part of what I do despair about. Like when I went to the AOC Bernie event for Jamal Bowman, and I said there's like the 1,000 white kid march, and except there were only about 500 of them there. But yeah, man, it was all very clean, very privileged, very unscarred, very untutored, very inexperienced in life white kids. When you think of what made up the New Deal left, what do you think of? You think of hard hats. You think of workers, right? Now, they will try to deflect from that criticism by going, those were white men. Okay, well, Chris Smalls isn't.
Right.
and you're still going to attack that guy because your issue is not any of what you're saying it is. It's that he's not from your class.
It's that he's not from your class. Exactly. Not just a racial thing, but a class thing in general. Like here you have an outlet that seems to be, managed and staffed with people who really don't have any experience among the workers whose well-being they supposedly care so much about.
Nope. And they don't like them. They
Right,
don't
they
like
don't like them. They don't want, like, could you imagine this person lasting an hour on the floor of an Amazon warehouse
Right.
before
Right.
quitting, right? They'd be running for the exits within an hour. Now,
Right.
if you want to do this, look, if you basically anyone who wants a job at either like a UPS warehouse or an Amazon warehouse or someplace like that, you could basically get a job around the holiday season if you want it. Like I worked at a UPS warehouse during the COVID Christmas where they were taking fucking anybody. They were taking fucking anybody. Anybody who wanted to go there.
I'm
They
sure.
would go there. And that would have been my career if it wasn't so chaotic that they told me basically there was a 50-50 chance they'd keep me on after Christmas. I'm like, fuck this. I could make, because COVID, you were making good money driving food around, like doing
Right.
DoorDash. I was doing like 35 an hour fucking door dashing. I'm like, I'm not going to load boxes in the dead of night in 5-degree weather for $14.50 an hour if there's no prospects for career advancement. Like I'd have done it if they had me join the union, because then you get the benefits
Right,
and
right,
UPS is a
right,
good
right.
union. But I'm like, fuck this. I'm not going to be per diem at 3:00 in the morning for $14.50 an hour. So I left. But anyway, long story short is, if you want some experience what this world is like, you can get it. So if you write for an outlet like Jacobin, even if you're a rich kid and you want to say, you know what is it like to actually walk in the shoes of a
Right.
working person for 40 hours a week, even just for a few months, my advice to you is go get a job at one of these FedEx,
Right.
UPS, any of these like
Go,
fulfillment
go
warehouses.
do it nickel and dimed.
Go do it just for the experience during the holiday season where they'll fucking hire you. I promise. They're not going to turn you away. They always need people. Do it, because I think that'll give you some perspective that's clearly lacking from articles like this. Like to me, it just rubs me the wrong way that someone like this is second guessing Chris Smalls at all. Like, quite frankly, like what the fuck do you know? Seriously, like what expertise to this do you bring that is not academic in nature? None.
I know the type very well.
Yeah, exactly. All right. We'll take some more chats and rants, and then we got one more segment, and then we are heading to the Q&A. Eric Rousseau says, thought he was going to bring back dead baby jokes. Ah, yes. Could he have reprised those? Fuck YouTube, says Sphincter Knuckle Buster. Bennett Weiss, so that's my dad, says, what's taking Russia so long in Ukraine? Didn't we all think they would have ended this long ago? Well,
They like it.
Yeah. Yeah, they like it, right. They have a fetish for suffering. No, I mean, I think they are showing restraint, right?
I mean, the Russians kind of do have that fetish.
Yeah, they do. That's true. As evidenced by the food. Ari, earlier rant, check out Netflix Octopus Murders. Yeah, I heard about the
I
Octopus
saw that.
Murders.
I saw that.
Yeah,
It was
Russ
good.
was telling me about that. About Inslaw promised software and connected scandals, solid expose, except the limited exposure of Mossad and Israeli connection. Danny Casolaro story. Kem and G, thank you, CB Punk. At this point, I think Bernie and AOC are not just useless and disappointing, but a liability to the left. Yeah, I mean, I probably right to the extent that they're a factor. I mean, they seem kind of irrelevant. Nice shirt, Russ, says David Santucci.
Well, this is the classic.
That's the classic. Playing the hits tonight. Never forget what they do to third parties, of course. Of course. Right of Resistance says the goal is to radicalize people into having principles and abandon American exceptionalism, where murdering Afghans becomes a big deal. I agree. You know who are very powerful allies in communicating that? Disillusioned veterans. Like,
ding, ding, ding.
Like, that's it. Like, what are you talking? Like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Who are the best carriers for that message is veterans, because you have to understand most people have a reverence for veterans. And I'm not saying you go that, like, I was never for all the jingoism, and I don't think warriors should be glorified. I don't think there's glory in war. I'm a pacifist in that sense. I don't believe war is a glorious thing.
Arlington Cemetery, when I went there, it made me sick because it was so obvious to me that part of the purpose of Arlington Cemetery was to glorify the war dead in order to make more of them.
Exactly. So I'm not for glorifying war or warriors. I don't think there's any glory in war. I think war is hell and war is horrible, and war should be avoided at any and all costs. But I think the most powerful people to reach people who aren't there yet are veterans because of the status that they are granted. So that's what I would say to that. What do we got here? Okay, there we go. John Olmstead, I wish all the weird Tulsi stans had crushes on Blakely instead. She's way better looking and so much more interesting to listen to. Thank you. Christopher Back, I said this since the beginning. The Graham Platner accuser.
Are we gonna have to assign this to Blakely?
Good one. I said it since the beginning. The Graham Platner accuser is part of Project Esther. Israel lobby written all over it. Yeah, all over it. No doubt about it. I don't know if we did this yet. I don't think so. We are at 1271 in the light. All righty. We got one more segment, and then we're heading over to Rumble for the Q&A after party.
Okay, so this is a follow-up to a story. We want to end on a white-pilled note. So you might remember Ivanka Trump just the other day did this really crazy interview about this $1.4 billion project in Albania. So just to catch you up.
On this project in the Mediterranean with my husband, it's massive in scale.
I think that's a bit of an understatement.
It's a 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a completely off-grid nature sanctuary, a secluded island that no one's ever discovered, touched, or even seen before. So we were super, super lucky to just happened to find it on one of our annual summer trafficking trips on our friend's boat. We come in to develop the opportunity to help realize this land's potential. Everything's for sale if you try hard enough. It's not a business for me, it's a challenge. And it's a collaboration of the greatest masters all over the world. The way of life that we're building here is really just a tangible manifestation of how people have been dreaming of wanting to live since the dawn of time. I mean, there's no words.
Very inspiring stuff.
Yes.
Very inspiring. So here, this was shared out by Abier. And what is this account? Ali MC Forever. She did a very good investigative piece about this. We're just going to watch a little bit of it.
Is not buying that island in Albania to turn it into a luxury resort. The story that they've put out is that this is a luxury resort project backed by the Saudis and facilitated by the Albanian government. So this is the island here. Look what even Google Maps has labeled this as, firstly. But let's zoom out a bit. That island is here, right there. It is at the exact point where the Adriatic Sea becomes the Ionian Sea, approximately 56 miles from Italy. The single most important geographic fact to understand is that whoever controls this island, Strazan, controls the Strait of Otranado. This narrow choke point between Albania and Italy is the only maritime gateway between the Adriatic and the Mediterranean. Historically, every single navy that has ever wanted to dominate this area or control trade through it has had to occupy and fortify Sazan. This means a lot of the work is already done for them. There are 3,600 nuclear survivable bunkers on this island. There's also 10 miles of underground tunnels connecting command posts, ammunition stores, submarine pens, and hideouts. There are Soviet submarine pens and deep-water anchorages already there, ready for use. All of this militarizing of
So
the
Jimmy,
island,
you want to come on and do a retraction?
nuclear war was done during
They seem to come
Hoxha
up in all
regime.
these stories.
I will do a separate video about the Hoxha regime in Albania. But here's the full chain of control. It passed from the Ottomans to the Italians to the Albanians to the Soviet Navy, back to the Albanians, and now suddenly it's going to a private American cartel. The through line here is that it has been a military garrison for the local navy. The exception at the end is that it's now being sold to Jared Kushner. Why is Europe allowing the Project 2025 guys to buy their own nuclear garrison in the middle of the Adriatic Sea? Well, we're not, because this was Albania yesterday.
All right. So to that point, from DD Geopolitics, Prime Minister Edi Rama said that no amount of protesters can stop him. So the Albanians took that as a challenge. Protests against Kushner's Epstein Island 2.0 continue into the night. These protests have been going on 5 days. Here is an Albanian woman explaining why they're protesting.
As an Albanian, I will tell you why we are rioting. We are rioting because there is no schools, there is no pension for pensioners, there is no hospital, there is no medicine, there is no parks for kids, there is no normal salary. You're telling us you want to build a 5-star resort to give jobs to Albanians. Meanwhile, the whole Albania is filled up with Philippines working for less than what you pay us. It's not their fault. They have nothing back home. You want to build a 5-star resort. How about you clean up the mess you've made for the last 15 years? We are so tired of you embarrassing us worldwide, telling CNN that there's no protest going on, it's fake news, there's no land being rented off. Meanwhile, Ivanka Trump is on an interview saying she discovered an island. How convenient. 2 years ago, you changed the law, and in a protected area now, you can build as long as it attracts tourism. And how convenient for Miss Ivanka Trump. The land in question has bunkers, tunnels, and it's in a strategic position for whatever they've got planned. Maybe my parents didn't have the strength because they were forced to go somewhere else for their future. But me, I'ma speak up every chance that I have. This is not gonna happen under my watch, Mr. Edirama. You're done.
All right. So the rather excitable, put upon, very nerve-wracked prime minister here went up and answered some of these charges.
Just because there is no yet project approved, right? So first we need to have the project, then to see the project, then to discuss the project. But we can't discuss something that does not exist, but that is being presented in the overall social media through a hybrid war against Albania, through false narratives like the project is not the project, but is something cooked between me and Bibi Netanyahu through Jared Kushner to bring the Palestinians in Zvernets. And I think the Western media should be much more careful because...
Okay, all right. So he's talking about conspiracy theories. This is all cooked up with me and Benjamin Netanyahu and Jared Kushner. So I did a little research. And sure enough, wall fucker. There's the Albanian prime minister at the Western Wall, and not just a wall fucker, a big time wall fucker, a wall fucker and a note leaver. That kind of wall fucker, the kind of wall fucker who writes a personalized note after he makes the deposit there.
Did he pull the wall's arm getting out of a cab, though, is the question.
Apparently the wall was intimidated.
Yeah.
During their visit, this from the Western Wall Heritage Foundation. During their visit, the prime minister and his wife received an explanation about the significance of this sacred site for the Jewish people as a source of prayer and hope throughout the generations. It's the wall of an old Roman fort, folks, by the way. He was also thanked for his unwavering support for the state of Israel and for the struggle against the growing anti-Semitism around the world. The prime minister and his wife toured the new exhibition, Gateway to Heaven. This is January, I believe, which was recently opened to the public at the Western Wall. He wrote a personal note, which he placed between the stones of the wall, and concluded the visit by signing the visitor's book. Quote, "It is always a unique experience to stand before this wall, and I wish that God, through this mighty wall, will grant this city the strength of peace." All right, so that would imply this isn't the first time he's been there. It's always inspiring, or whatever he said. So apparently This is not the first time. So here he is giving a little speech in Israel about the scourge of anti-Semitism.
This is why Albania was among the first countries in Europe to pass new advanced legislation against anti-Semitism. Why we have integrated Holocaust education into our school curriculum, and why we're building now in Europe, in the middle of Europe, two particular cultural spaces inspired by the gravitational force of the shining examples set by our Muslim and Christian grandparents who risked their lives to save Jewish lives.
Okay, so here's Jared Kushner. Now, some people have pointed out that there's no direct Israeli investment in this partnership. I think it's two Qatari brothers who are main investors in this. They themselves have some shadowy affiliations. But here's Jared Kushner explaining what his post-first Trump term vision has been for his investments.
Other topics. One of the most recent set of attacks comes on the topic of Saudi Public Investment Fund giving $2 billion to your investment firm after you left government. Can you respond to these recent set of attacks?
Sure. So left government, obviously worked for 4 years. I started thinking, like, what do I want to do next? Maybe I should create a business to do an investment firm where I can do something different. Notions I wanted to be able to do with the firm was to be able to take money from the Gulf and then to be able to invest it in Israel to continue to build the economic links between the countries. Again, if countries have more economic ties, I think war and fighting is less.
Okay. So Jared Kushner is telling you, even when he's taking money from these Gulf states, his aim is to take those investments, put it back into Israel, and creating ties with Israel. So this is why I wanted to end with this. This is a rare white pill segment here. The Albanian people, at least for the moment, seem to have triumphed.
This is Farnet's Albania in this beautiful landscape. We've got bulldozer markings everywhere. Why? Well, these are markings from bulldozers that had come in the early planning of a Jared Kushner-backed multi-billion-dollar tourism development that is set to be built here. But the reason we're not seeing the bulldozers is because they've been withdrawn. And why have they been withdrawn? Well, because thousands of Albanians have taken to the streets over the past 6 consecutive nights in the capital Tirana to express their outrage at this project. Why? Well, they say that this natural landscape is preserved land and should not be built upon, and has natural wildlife like flamingos and sea turtles that need to be preserved here, that this project would damage. And these protests have become something of a revolution of sorts. They're calling it the Flamingo Revolution. There's now huge pressure on the Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama. Whether it goes ahead, well, only time will tell.
All right. So we'll post here, summing up the state of play from Bronzy. Albania has officially drawn the line. Sazan Island is being cleared. In a stunning turn of events, Albanian authorities have launched an active enforcement operation to kick out foreign developers and private security personnel occupying Sazan Island. The decisive action marks a total collapse of the controversial 1.4 billion euro luxury real estate deal that aimed to turn the protected National Marine Reserve and former military base into an exclusive private playground for global elites. The eviction comes after 4 consecutive weeks of historic 100,000-strong protests that completely shut down the capital city of Tirana, refusing to allow their native coastlines and ecologically sensitive wetlands to be privatized by foreign investors. The Albanian public unified under a single unyielding demand. Albania is not for sale. The courts, faced with a historic political crisis, mounting domestic fury, and a widening anti-corruption investigation by special prosecutors, the government was forced to pivot, by deploying state forces to reclaim Sazan Island. Albania sent a clear message to international billionaires and foreign developers trying to bypass environmental protection laws. This historic victory for citizen-led activism proves that the collective voice of a nation can successfully overpower backroom corporate deals and protect sovereign land. The people spoke and the government had to listen. And finally, this power to the people shared this out. Albanians are fighting harder against their land being stolen to build Epstein Island 2 than Americans ever fought against our CEOs, politicians, and presidents being in the Epstein files and raping children. What Albanians are doing is extraordinary. Time for us to do the same. Absolutely. So let's take a look at this video.
Look how inspiring this is. Look at the people of Albania right now. They are fighting harder against and protesting against the development of what we're calling Epstein Island 2 than Americans have ever fought back against our CEOs, our politicians, and our presidents being in the Epstein files and raping children. Albania is showing the people of America how it's done. This is how the people take their power back. One of the problems in our country is they sell us this illusion of democracy, that you can change things by voting. Let me tell you something. The reason they tell you to vote is because the ruling class knows nothing will change when we vote because they own both parties. That's what Americans have to start to figure out here. The billionaire class who controls our society, who controls the entire economy and controls our government, they hedge their bets. They donate half their money to Democrats and half their money and the other half to Republicans because no matter who wins the election, they win because they've hedged their bets, right? That's how they buy off our country. That's how they rig the economy. That's how they get laws in their favor. And we're not going to stop anything by just voting every 2 years for Congress, 4 years for president, and 6 years for Senate. What we got to do is we have to stop fighting over and fighting for these corrupt politicians and these two corrupt political parties. And we got to start fighting for each other. We got to start fighting for our coworkers. We got to start fighting for our neighbors, our community members. That's how you take your power back. You do not take your power back by playing in the rigged game that they want you to play. So I really hope that people are starting to understand what's happening here and that the only way we're ever going to stop the corruption in our society is if we rise up together. That is our power. The people, we've got to put aside our differences. What does left versus right mean when none of us can afford to survive under this corrupt capitalist oligarchy, right? It doesn't matter. What matters is coming together and fighting back against this system. Thank you, Albania, for leading the.
Yep. Absolutely. And this is why they spend so much time keeping people divided over cultural provocations. The more you think that the problem with your life is that a black woman is playing Helen of Troy, that's a good day for them. Every day that is why you think your life sucks is a very good day for Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, the whole crew. There's no left-right billionaires. They are all your class enemies that you have absolutely no common interest with. And yes, the Albanian people just showed you how it's done. If the American people went out and marched like that, they'd release the Epstein files. People would go to jail for being in the Epstein files. If you don't do that, they're not going to do anything. He's absolutely right. Now, I will say this at the risk of giving some comfort to the white nationalist types. Having been to countries that had successful revolutions now in, more recent times, like having a sense of themselves as a people, I think definitely helps. Like, yeah, there are 54 ethnicities in Vietnam. It's not as simple as people think. They're all Vietnamese. It's not like that. But they do have a sense of common history and common heritage that we don't, even if they are different ethnicities. They've been there together for a very long time, sharing a common cultural inheritance. In America, we don't really have that organically. They've attempted to create it artificially with certain institutions and ideas and, common beliefs to forge a sense of Americanness, but it's not the same. And I mentioned that in the context of Albania because, yeah, man, I mean, the Albanians are a pretty ancient people with a very strong sense of themselves as a distinct culture with a history of resilience and fighting back against empires that have oppressed them over the centuries. I think it makes it easier for them to come together in that way, and it's harder to divide them against each other. I think Americans are very easy pickings for that kind of manipulation. It's very easy to target Americans for cultural resentment and racial resentment because we don't have those deep 1,000-year, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000-year sense of ourselves as a civilization. And I think that's part of why we're not in the streets like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what makes the American experiment ripe for oligarchy to thrive because you have a population that cannot define itself as easily as other populations in other countries
Right.
around the world. I mean, it's not just Albania or China for that matter. I mean, look at the dock workers in
Right.
Genoa,
Yeah.
right? Look at, in cities like Paris who are, get overrun with protesters every time
Right.
they make any noise about, cutting the healthcare programs or whatever, right? In America, there's a lot in the way of that solidarity, just organically and
Right.
intrinsically. I mean, what? I don't know what the stats are, but if you go in the southern states, 20 to 30% of the population throughout the South are 4 or 5 generations away from being slaves, right?
Right.
I mean, so that's a dramatic example, but those examples really can multiply themselves, throughout the country, where you have the daughters of the American Revolution types, and then you have the descendants from the Ellis Island immigrants. I mean, there are divisions everywhere you look. How you transcend that is the real question, and it's harder for us as Americans to do that, which is why I think Americans are more depressed about the prospect of doing it. It's why there's a fatigue. It's why there's an exhaustion. It's why there's a despair in the air here. It's why it's so hard to mobilize a working class. Yes, part of it is propaganda, part of it is manipulation, but part of it is just kind of embedded, in American culture, I think, for that reason. Another big thing is the advent of the iPhone. A lot of people talk about how, you saw just a rapid decline in the quality of artistic and cultural output in this country with the advent of the iPhone. And I think with that, you saw a decline in political consciousness as well. I mean, think about it. You have a vastly unequal country where you have huge gaps between rich and poor. Yet you see a lot of very poor people with iPhones and a lot of really rich people with iPhones. So think about that. Why would you give the poor and the rich essentially the same toy that consumes many hours of their day? I mean, people across economic lines, get a lot of screen time per day. Well, it's a great equalizer in that way, right? That's one way of really making, I think, the poor and the rich feel like they have more in common than they do because they're interacting on the same social media platforms. They spend a lot of time similarly, even though their material conditions are vastly different. If you're a poor person, on the phone 5 hours a day, and if you're a rich person on the phone 5 hours a day, then you're spending a lot of waking hours doing the same thing.
Right.
And I think that has gone a long way toward really numbing the public. So there's a lot of reasons why you can look to other countries and see these kinds of movements take shape and generate results that they don't here. I think we've touched on a few of them, but generally, look, there is a great despair in the air here, and the reason there's a despair in the air here is because, certain dynamics are just embedded into this place where these sorts of power structures seem immovable and unchangeable, and the best you can do is the best you can do. And for a lot of working people, the best they can do is do their jobs, drink some beers, grill some burgers on the weekend, and get through life as best you can. And are they wrong for thinking that? I don't know. It's frustrating, but can you argue? Right?
I mean,
the alternative to that is a broad-based solidarity, which is really, really difficult to foster.
There, I think mid-century was definitely a point where, and you could say it's arbitrary, you could say it's fake, you could say it's propagandistic, and I'd probably agree with that. But Americans were convinced they had a shared identity. I mean, the majority of them were
Right.
convinced that they had a shared identity. And that's completely broken down. Family is broken down. Community has broken down. This is why you're seeing, people reaching to Catholicism, things like this. But is that really the answer? Like, is it really the answer to try to regress back to these kind of religious communities? I think we're too far down the road for that. I don't think that is an answer. But you're going to need a change or shift in consciousness to fix this. I don't think running back to, medieval Catholicism is the answer. But I don't think that you're going to think piece your way out of this either. You're going to need a very dramatic change in the way that people think about themselves, in the way that they live, in the way that they relate to their material needs and conditions. You need a revolution. Like, this whole thing, it's a dead end. It's not fixable.
Well, it all starts this week. You know how?
It starts tonight.
Knicks in 4. That's right.
There you go.
All right. Knicks in 4, baby. That'll get some positive energy in the air.
And this was supposed to be the white pill segment. Jesus.
That's right. Hey, Knicks
Fuck.
in 5. That is white pilled. That is white
Yeah.
pilled. Knicks in 4, baby. Interrobang, more opry, less opera. Thank you. Goo81, Annie Levin could be a liberal Zionist, basically smearing a pro-Palestine supporter. Exactly. Charles Garcia says, we have a lot of Annie Levins here in Seattle. They hate the poor. They're uncomfortable around working class blacks, but they like to say the opposite.
Yep.
I believe it. Goo81 says, Bernie became irrelevant the minute he said there should not be an equal rights democracy. Yes, and was in favor of an ethno state, especially saying that on Al Jazeera. Yep.
Well, and especially you got like the type who it's not enough to be into what at this point is really an elite art form, theater. She has to take it to the next level. Opera is for everyone.
Yeah, opera is for everyone. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
sure.
The Anticast, when I'm talking to other veterans, one thing I talked about for a while was how some of us hate when people say, thank you for your service. Yeah, see, if you talk to people. One guy put it best. He says, thank me for what? Guarding poppy fields and people who went around raping kids, because that's what they're thanking us for. I overheard a guy at Home Depot the other day, worked at Home Depot, talking about how his father was in Vietnam and, he got the order to basically torch a village full of civilians. And he said, no, I'm not doing that. and they kicked him out. And, he told that story with great pride. So, you just can't. I mean, whether you want to or not, you don't have the luxury, frankly, of just writing off, entire groups of people like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? The anti-war veteran has a lot more authority than your keyboard warrior ass does.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Quintessential, explain if you agree with this analysis. Your average non-online USA voter doesn't care about Gaza, Ukraine, etc. Anti-war groups don't want to admit it in public. No, I mean, I think that's probably broadly true. Although the one caveat I would say, the one hopeful note I would say is, when the genocide started, some of the first groups to call for a ceasefire were like trade unionists, like the electricians union came out and called for a ceasefire. Like, they're not hyper online people, they're pretty blue collar, sort of analog people. And, so I would say there's some hope there. David Santucci.
This was something, when I do my China special, I'll get into this. This was something I found very interesting. Because in America, they have so divided the working class from academia. They've made those things so hostile to each other. And there's why you get this PMC socialist class that's actually very hostile to workers. When you go to the museums of the Communist Party talking about their own history, they're very favorable about the contribution of intellectuals to the movement and how vital intellectual theoreticians were. In fact, they talk about a failed uprising in 1911. And one of the things they say they learned from it was that you can't have a pure workers' revolution without academics and intellectuals to create a framework and guidance for it. That was kind of a test case of what would happen if the workers tried to have a revolution on their own. So for them, they don't have that divide. And I think here we very intentionally have that divide. And as an American, seeing that, it was a little unexpected for me, because we have long had this kind of anti-intellectualism in America. We've long had this idea that academics and intellectuals are inherently hostile to the working class and vice versa. And to them, their vision of how they succeeded was very much those things working together.
Interesting. David Santucci, but the Jacobin lady cited labor experts, Keaton, so she doesn't need experience. That's right. Yeah. Users Excelia.
She read a Wikipedia article.
Yeah. Wikipedia. My driver was assigned 500 packages for one round. He quit. Oh yeah. No, those trucks get packed out. The driving is a whole other thing. Furrows Queen, you two chosen people are my best inspiration to get my housework done. I'm so grateful. Whether it's underwear, gardening, hoovering, or mega tidying like tonight, whatever you have, bottle it. Thank you. Oh, George. Hey, guys. Hope you're well. Iran started retaliating as far south as Haifa as promised. Benjamin hit Beirut, so hoping for the best. Yep. We've been seeing some of that. Great show again. Learned much. Thanks, and be safe. Oh, George. The Houthis have now joined and launched missiles in Ben Gurion Airport.
Really?
Closed. Israel retaliated. Iran kept their word and hit base in Saudi Arabia. Well, yeah, I mean, Trump is looking pretty weak now. Yeah, the shitter get off the pot now. At this point, you got to tell them no. Let's see if he does it. John, when my buddy heard thanks for your service, he replied, thanks for buying my bullets. Love from Florida. Thank you, John. Thanks, everybody, for being here tonight. Appreciate you all. Thanks to Jake. Thanks to the YouTubers and the Rumblers. Thanks, of course, to the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. We're going to take a 5-minute break and start our Q&A over on Rumble. All are welcome to hang out in the chat. Patrons, paid members are welcome to call in. There'll be a 5-minute break, and we'll see you over there soon. If you're not sticking around for the Q&A, we'll see you back here Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thanks for being here tonight. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.